So that if we return to first step, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because it's two-way loyalty, conversion to Timogen and Timogen the first step. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan. I think he was too preoccupied with life, getting fish and fruits to eat and things like that, to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or I can't explain why. Certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that. The literal war to get her back. He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamaica. It's one of those things that it's cute. He says what's later in life, when his own sons rebel against the working bastard, Vince, his wife, viciously, his own sons, like turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. So he defended her forever. But he's off. So this time, ceremony involved the whole. We can't say tribe. It's not big enough yet for a tribe. It's not the point. Where on earth they have a gold belt? I don't know. He developed a gold belt, and he put it on to have a little roof on her head, which they call a horn. It was an unusual gift. I don't. It has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. To me, but belt. It's a good guy. Think about it different ways. Like, the belt. A woman was often then, and even now, person without a belt. At times today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word usui, no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Uche. They celebrated, and then the words are a secret history. They slipped apart under the same blanket from the other group, and they were happy together. Maybe he was born. Some people say, well, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamaica at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamaica's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had made that story is that the child is likely not his,
But what were the major
and he accepted that child as his and defended it as a
specific
when later
we've three immediate aftermath of Judea, the southern part of Israel, especially attacked by Adrian and tremendous devastation brings on Jerusalem in particular. All kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population was in the center of development. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of rest. Largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors there's known as Antoninus. It's difficult to identify because Antoninus was the name of an entire dynasty. There are several emperors that had the name Antonin in their name, usually the second person. And so So during this period when Talmud actually was the reason for their mothers actually which and Antoninus was actually organized modification of the Roman Empire, of course. This represents empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And the Jews begin to experience a steady punctuated moments where it's very bit better, like Julian, they very short. Empire in the middle of the 4th century proposed, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generates certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from killing the battlefield. And then ideas simply disappear. By the way, the term apostate is from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor.
It's hard to know what's going to happen.
The Persians will end up invading. The Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in year 614. And then the East overall picture. Approximately stored in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the big and late blockage. The nominal figures of the leaders who were perhaps the most important, bringing together the text for what ultimately became the Jerusalem. They and their successors were involved in especially. Yet
20 years ago, it was
localized
Juvenile
against a local government named
an American name.
after briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans.
So it's the
The
power of
Romans,
three great
now having gone
languages,
through
three
two
great
major
cities,
wars
and
against
so many names
Jews,
alike.
not to mention
So I think
minor
Genghis
war
doesn't have one meaning. I
they
think
put
it
it
means
down almost
powerful, it
immediately
means the
and
sea,
in a
I think it means
terrifying
many
manner,
different things.
completely
But,
destroying
so he become a when he was ruling over here.
but it was
So
against this
Tonga
backdrop
now
perhaps
switched
because
loyalties to the next
you
kingdom
saw
over the Naiman.
that moment that they had enjoyed under
The Naiman people.
of the Mishnah
But
into the first Talmud. Now, all the
he
activity
tells
was
them
happening. To
they
the
will
fact,
have
Jews were barely
smells
allowed
of
in
steel,
Jerusalem
and
at
they
all.
eat humans alive.
The other term we
He's telling
use
all
is the
these horrible
Palestinian
things
Talmud,
about the
which is more accurate. You want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries this as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is
quickly also defeated.
most cited.
Tonga is now against division in this campaign,
In English, you will see both of those terms.
and he's
But
off
the
with some
Talmud
of
is
his
basically a
Tonga
lengthy,
clan people.
almost like an edited transcript of
And
the discussion of hundreds of
they see
rabbis
the
of
turning
the
of the
Mishnah
tide.
as it was recorded by Rabbbi.
He now wants to become the great Khan
the
of
third.
It's very
Now,
cool,
over in Babylonia,
but
this
he's
eclipse
because
she was in
on
Umbedita and Surah are perhaps the most
he can
significant
take this
of
title
this
and
period,
be
and
the
they
great
end up
Khan of
writing
step.
the Babylonian, of course, from the Jerusalem.
Turn against you.
Written afterwards,
Capture him
it
is
Hebrew today as Yordim for those
it's a
who
very
read the land of Israel.
strange.
Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and
The safety guard
Mesopotamia. Jews were going quite often. We'll start with a phrase like P.S. I wrote it when Rabbi Zimi came from the land of Israel. And he said, hey, this is what Israel got larger. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odeman. He was the king of Elmira. Obviously, important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews live. Completely destroyed Judah from Ardah in the year 259, right when it was at its peak for school, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in expansion of the and so on. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear. Rashi and several others in Medina were involved in the closing of, just as it happened in the land of Israel, so it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they were discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, and it was converted to writing. That's ultimately what became the Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things.
was willing to accept them.
This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history.
When Genghis Khan was
Perhaps its
asking him
most
to come back
significant
and to
modern
be his
development is the institution
shadow
of
and to
something
be
called
his
Daf, which means
safety
literally
guard
a
again.
page a day or folio a day.
Maybe that was just a
adopted both
formality
sides of
that he
one
would be
page.
rejected.
And
Or maybe when
this
Jehovah
is
offered
essentially
to be
the
killed,
world's largest book
said
club
that was a
running
formality
since
that he
1920s,
thought
where
would not be followed
Jews
through.
all over the world would follow a single
just
calendar
reading your work
and
and
learn the
understanding
same
the history.
folio
This
of
relationship
Talmud
seems like a
on the
really
same day worldwide.
relationship that defines the
Study the
nature of
Talmud,
loyalty.
here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, I don't know,
Both negative and positive
Tokyo,
ways. It was the
and you
most
can
important
pick up the
relationship.
next stop
I'll just
in
have
Tokyo
aside
the
from
next
first
day.
time.
And you can
But that
travel the world like this.
really
It's a
cannot
tremendous
seem to have
unifying
the
feature.
negative aspects. There's so much disagreed on things,
Maybe
but small
hundreds of
things.
thousands
So
of
she was
Jews are
important. She was
engaged
my
daily.
hero. She was positive.
And
in
I'm
every
very
regard,
proud
of course, we know
to put a
forever.
plug here for
Although she was not
participating in something called
She was
Alda,
always on his
put on the
side.
screen here. Alda is taking
It
the
was
whole
just a little too
Dafyomi
hot-headed for me,
experience and putting it
everything
onto
on
the internet.
evaluation.
This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different, might be here, the page of Talmud in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical data that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation scrolls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they were clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes paintings. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they're broken,
never
sometimes they're
interested
whole,
in material
intentionally
goods.
broken.
As Genghis
So
Khan
many
is the ruler,
questions. But these is just an example of a popular culture that we just don't know a lot about. Hopefully that will get more answers to these questions.
He always lived in
Okay,
the tent.
let's stop
And he
here.
said,
Thank you very much for watching.
soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had signed it before with Manghan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
Hello, fellow
That
students
is
of
one of
Jewish
the powerful
history.
things about
Let's pick up our
Genghis
discussion
Khan's
now
stories.
of
He
the
came
history of the land of Israel and Babylonia in
from what
the
I see
early
and
Middle
understand,
Ages.
becomes corrupted by the riches
And I'd like to
or change.
emphasize one
Fundamentally
thing that
remain the
is
same
among
as
the
the
many
person who does
contributions
not have
that
value
your
material.
civilization
Change
has
has
rendered
matured
to
in various
humanity
ways
as a
over
whole.
life, as we all
I've
do.
explored this in much greater detail in text.
Became avaricious in any way. He was
Look at
never
the book
greedy.
or
He was
the
never
draft
greedy.
version of
He
it
kept
in
the simple
a course
life.
on
Part
biblical
of
Jewish
the simple
history.
life for him
The
meant that no one
one
was
of the
allowed to
we
write
talked
about
about
him.
several of these
No one was
contributions that
allowed to
Jews made
make
to
his likeness. They
civilization,
couldn't
made to
take a
humanity.
picture of him. They
The
couldn't make
Sabbath is
a
a
statue of him.
the idea of
No
having one
building
day
could be
off
built
in
dedicated to him.
seven.
No
There's
palace.
less
No
the day that's
tomb. No
dedicated to
temple of any
religious
sort.
growth,
Not even
the
in the
family
court of death, but the
connections,
simplest
something that's
gravestone.
way more important today than it ever has
It's
been
fascinating
since
that
we
a
live in
kid
such a
boy
connected world where
that doesn't know the world
you have in your
would have the
hand
intelligence
the electronic
to understand
connections of everything in
how
the world.
corrupt
The
that
Sabbath
is.
is
When somebody builds a
mandatory
statue,
for
very
people
slow.
who live with
Always
focus on their
becoming
community.
not seeing
direct relationships with other people.
surrounding yourself with sycophants
Of course,
that don't
prior to
give
that,
you
to it is the
information,
idea of
not
monotheism,
being able to
very,
select
very
the right
significant
people to
contribution
lead
to
the
world
armies
culture, especially
or to
Western
the
civilization.
territories
A
that you
smaller
conquer.
but very significant one
It's
that we
interesting
talk
that he
about
had
today
that foresight
is the synagogue,
don't
which is
report.
essentially a gathering place, a local
Worship.
gathering place
That's because that's a
for
dangerous
the
road to go
public
down.
communal
It is
worship
very hard
of
to
God,
explain how
which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you have
you're
temples
so easily
which
corrupted
were
by
manned
power.
by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the
He
sanctuary.
maintained
The
this
temple in
very
Jerusalem
fierce
is similar in that the actual
his
work of the
relationship
temple
was
was
with the
only
people
performed by
around him.
Kohanim and Leviim.
His
There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was with specialists.
That was his
Synagogue is a
relationship with his
public place.
family.
The synagogue is where everyone can go
This was
and
what
can
was
express
important to
their
him.
spiritual
Matter of fact,
yearnings,
no port
be
was dated
reinforced
until
by community
1278.
engagement,
Well, by then
same
he
kind of
already been dead
spiritual
for
activity.
51
Very,
years.
very
And
important.
then no
It later,
statue
of course, morphs into
until
the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very
Let's go to
idea of the synagogue
document that
is
you
something that we
referenced several
find
times, the
to
secret history.
Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. And there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There are some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example,
even the army was
to
the
the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive source. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, with a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more Niva'ot across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are, of course, for the law of purity and so on, and that is associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques. Right? That if you walk into a synagogue today, you will see they are filled with plaques, strongly dedicated the Aaron, Rivka dedicated the her father. This is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community, and the synagogue specifically. Put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem. And it dates, it's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris. So it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era. Maybe it's the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Betenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archi-synagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being head of synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So here's this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seemed a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his father's founded with the elders and Simonians. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later and dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this as an aerial view, there's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects. Unfortunately, this gorgeous floor, some of it is interesting. Or register, bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the as a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. Has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah, and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, labor of the Hebrew, which is something most shocking, but we also see it in the But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have this 12 signs of zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic. When they portrayed art, was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you wanted to take a sun, you display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. Like they took it seriously as there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, it's just a beautiful. You got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comments. Here is another example of the zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, in the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. If you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of depiction. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the Binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is center towards the top. There's representing animals as a result of chapter commandments. They certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. Because the artist produced it possible to have Christian artists produce work, but if that's the case, then they're paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing? Lots of fascinating questions. But anyway, under the hands of Al Tishla, sent out the boy and so on. As you can see, all kinds of stuff in a IL. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Rothschild. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia.
Little things
And
that happen to it
the
along the
Romans,
way.
correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the river side, but they would go city. Was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the 20th century, and excavated in 1932. Gorgeous color, the density, the artwork. Here's a depiction of the great example of Persian art. Here is an example that you can, and once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and here's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is mentioned you sometimes see in art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out to sea. They're victorious. On the left, he's leading them from right. Once again, strange for the hands of God reached down the right. The Victoria Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s from there. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the calf, right? Very, very vivid colors, lots of on the right, you can see Esther there seated on the throne. You see a letter, and on the left, Haman leading in honor on a white horse. This was like one of the major turning points in the Republic of Esther. Haman is because he feared something he should receive to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around and just have to all day. I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous preserved in historical. Okay, let's stop.
Time basis for figuring out a lot of things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really said on most of the cities,
the development of the Central Asia and all. First century, everything was all over what we could, Turkey, and of course, the archaeologists had ripped out whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. And then if you go through the 3rd century, you've got Jews, not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is old, but you've got them occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London. And of course, Rome, the Italian, has a lot of Jews in it. As does the Greek. little bit. Misleading. The Mediterranean sites, because that's where he would most likely find much of his audience when he's traveling around Jews during this time. The activity we described in the Mishnah was so important in connect with these disparate communities, kind of like a constitutional text that we could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups, Jewish interpretive traditions that would inform their behavior over the Mediterranean basin and was so crucial for keeping them together. Now things begin to change significantly in the year 313 with the so-called this was essentially a decree of the Roman emperor. Now the Jews had shipped off into slavery after those Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. And more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion. For example, for worship, they didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue, they have to bow down to the emperor's statue. All kinds of things like that. Because people said, what religion? And I don't know, it just says they can't do basic civic. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as we move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor. I'm kosher. And so there's a religion kosher. It was the kind of thing where they were exposed to Jewish persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christians having far more power as being aligned with the state. That was published at this time. Which gives us a scholarly research doesn't really show up until several second versions of the story of Jesus. As we discussed in previous Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup, there's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah.
Order is very important.
over a century and a half. The Pearson references of Jesus, typically not very complimentary, but they're scattered and incohesive within a much larger scope of the Talmud. Is definitely not Jesus orchestrating Christian focus of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic scandalous origin and discusses, the miracles that were various types of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in. So this is kind of like an interesting movement of Jews pushing back the Christian narrative of when it eventually comes to the attention of Christians and translated by Raymond Marty. Of course, it would be horribly scandalous and negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. It's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the revolution or devolution of medieval Christianity. But this is the phenomenon that emerges maybe 5th century shifts in authority and legitimacy of Christianity. Thank you very much for watching.
They were also taught to shoot young sisters. Horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills teacher of Genghis Khan and the Mongols for horses.
Destruction of the temple.
They have that deep intimacy.
Great
And the horses do.
Right afterwards,
horses. So in battle, they use it for very practical purpose. And that is the horses would return to their because they knew the smell of their fire. There's other members of their own language itself. I have never ever mastered, much less from all the other things about it. I can remember, although it's words are true. That one's growl. Yellow, brown, or blue horse reproduced in the case of the female. All these things are important. to stick with us. It's like whip at the end of the day, hit the bump of the horse. Never anything else. They use metal spurs and metal to harden the horse or horse. They say it's a capital crime. I don't know any words to execute. But you never ever horses head. So horses are horses built that mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four colors just a day. Yes, for every kind of thing in the city of Case. Day whenever because with these stallions, we don't get to these stallions. One of this family had a bunch of boys and a child. So his little brother went out to help him. Mother just turned her back. I think how would a child is she knows that. Probably I walked the shore on those big neighbors, oranges on nothing. It was take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in the valley where I live, the president of all the residents come there to train in the summertime for the competition. So every day when there's a
shooting
fascinating
accurately
study part
at 200 meters of
blockage and make it.
They've also like from the air. It's
Reality
able
is
to shoot
consider
while horse close to the car.
not
Anyway, can you speak to
positions
this?
Before the modern era,
speaker.
there was incredible the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, 3 years old, racing was absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they didn't even have a saddle for this
And
color
the
one.
circle on the right
And
is the
not
region.
just one.
Ideas and
So they
discussion.
became excellent
A little
sedentary
bit earlier,
people.
but it certainly finished.
Now I say all that because it's very Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at what
That have a certain quality, for example.
I counted the
They say
police
it's over
areas.
there in Israel, and they
The
discuss that for a
whole
while.
army has to be
only So there's extreme efficient correlation of units. Those all count.
Israel
That's all count.
He had no way, and he had no baggage training. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, it was added much later. But no, all count.
There's a kind of hierarchy of accurate, precise employment of place. So
Everywhere trade Jews live.
So he had extreme loyalty. And they protected each other. And they had he's risking his own life for him also. Also would retrieve the enemy. This was so. And sometimes there could be a torn garment. There could be and then one of the things they have to carry is legal in order to survive.
complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carry dry dairy products. Bottle, it's called with dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But if you dry it and then when you need it, you can put it in the water. You ride all day, it toggles up and down. It turns into you have enough food. So all these little things at the lowest level are important, as well as the highest level is loyalty of his men to him. And it went what happened. No, she can go to for example. Supreme Judge. He was no man one time. Went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together, look it over. You explain to me, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him.
Hello, fellow
They knew they were doing just not like these countries God knows every general is going to try 100%
a lot of people
if they
rather
retreat.
just strange things
But I think a part of it that was important for him,
I would like to get into the
so he had this base from step warfare already, the horse,
especially because you should
the
know
archery,
actually
and how
in the Hebrew language
I
in order
think
to make that
sedentary
sound.
armies, like
Modern
sedentary
Israelis
civilizations,
the letter
get
G,
stuck in their
they had a
ways.
kind of like
This is
simple
how
way
we
of
do
chip
it.
next to it.
We're going to make it a little
Pronounce as
faster. We're
chip.
going to make it the territory of what's now Northwestern China. So he went, of course, the cities that
Sometimes
there's never encountered
a laboratory, for example,
but they were made out of film. The walls around this tent are they have all these channels and they're always moving water around. And like,
so let's try and
you said,
figure out by
when we learned that, yes. So we're gonna that was strategy. That's how we think.
what we have in the end
But he had that reality to understand that he didn't understand,
verb
but
has a distinctly
he could
negative,
understand it in his own way.
and as we shall see a little later, it is
Itself,
one
because the people who are
and
learning
for
from their
other
mistakes
people,
and causing them to
additional
improve.
they retrieve.
On our time was when we iterated it. He was the best with it.
For the common error.
Mongolia to Hungary.
So let's break down the
Continues.
We often think that was the one thing. So to retreat,
shame.
and the Mongols were able to fire it and turn, but they could still fire backwards. Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse. So they had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would bring graves to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately bring graves, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like fruits of place and valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and
Samaria, the city of Ur,
over and over this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, pretty cool. How could they not know this is what the Mongols are doing?
You're in danger. There's something that when the forces are retreating,
because he can't
you don't have them. You can't.
River.
I don't know what that is. That's listed, but attack the flanks, which there's been many great militaries that have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you can write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the defeat retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented,
And people would be unprepared for that.
Mongol shape you have that many horses. Why feels like being a top.
Make sure there are plenty of refugees. They go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to eat children and all kinds of problems. Because how they encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism. Or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear them. They're truly terrifying.
Psychological warfare. There's always an offer for the town. Being to surrender
David,
splits
all
of life.
And then after Solomon, there was a civil
It's just that now the rulers are you have to pay taxes, and usually be the same taxes if they go to the Mongols. Those are
last for about a
$100,000. So we can't leave it there. So you're going to leave the locals to run their country, city or their area, the way they have done. It was absolutely faithful to that. And one episode in the north of Persia, his son-in-law, violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered.
Israel and the
Genghis Khan called him in,
to
and he stripped him of everything. And he said, the next city first. As a college, of course, it was directed in the next century. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. That was the law. But then, if the city fought,
so you have a lot of the
they did not kill everyone. They did it.
now
They killed
living
all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well. And they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their
century and a
rule.
half after
The
that,
army had failed skill. And that skill could be making a pot. It could be hay. It could be weaving carpets, or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. Defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. But many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all to forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said where they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep. Now, well, forget about the Mongols. They're fine. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city. And he killed everybody. That's the way it worked.
So, most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and betrayal.
No, I would say more than he had a grandson who we loved very much. And I traveled with him. A happy childhood at Kibbutz and Nahal. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in that great movies are actually. He was sent to Babylon and history of the fate. Fired. He was killed. Someone had Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not was loved. He said, make him cry. He came down on the people of the word. And then
especially
just kind of words almost
refers to someone who comes from the
emotions to overcome the college.
clearly had
and slaughtering of the
dedication
to Egypt. That's the only time I know of any
religious.
something we can all understand, but his response was, we will not cry enough more, they will cry.
That's where we have this first sort of details, and then it's see this over and over again.
The way he approached, which is peace,
from which Jesus
and then betrayal is punished.
Now, what happened was what people thought was the arrogant way of Genghis Khan, the killing of revitalizing a lot of people's homes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed, but the cities who revolted, he killed them all. It was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and 40 million deaths. Approximately to modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about people in today's population. How should we think about the brutality of these?
The number itself is different. Millions of people were for every family that is a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is. Judge him differently than other conquerors in history and other countries that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols were killing
But it's also important to know that
the children,
internally, Jews
women,
often
civilians,
a lot of the
every day.
for example,
Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, invading, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved, and it's always been involved. I don't even condemn America, but I'm still
The very nature of war, no wars how.
my channel, and I've got tons of videos on a lot of
And sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan. Century. We also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great. and the wars fought by Caesar and others, and in some human way were not necessary. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about the I respect a lot of Hardcore History podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khan. So I think we'll go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arson as legal, so referring to things who cause mass destruction, but also the from new developments and progress. He made a case that destruction often history changed the way of progress.
Destruction is certainly worked in some aspects of life, even with some of our habits and build new ones, and sometimes works or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history and creating great changes, which is the across the whole empire. There are not. That's a good reason for the Mongol Empire. Seems like a bit of a stretch to help to unify many countries. Basically. For the North China, South China, and it was a little bit larger on that along coast. Even Russia was so many Ukraine. And they shifted the way. What we call Russia now, process of unification, and then agreed in a way it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive at her. Also, I think we need to look where does the destruction come from. And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their whole moral fiber that we've already taught dynasty. Mongols conquered back that and over American literature, there's no question about that. And they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jaffa
only king
complete
other
Mongols
Judah
have returned. The Mongols have returned.
quite
He
a
said there's the new
significant hallucinating
I
archaeological
can see it.
evidence that
I don't accept it.
emerges from
The
Babylonia.
trade
Before
routes,
that, let's just
all of
quickly
this,
go back
there's
to
a lot of
Jerusalem,
progressive consequences of the Mongol
Babylonian
uh,
as we
conquest
discussed
of the
in the
Mongol
videos ago,
Empire.
our discussion of things
Was
that were called things
critical
Mishnaic,
timing,
Jewish wars.
the
That begins to
brutality
occur with the
of the
4th
killing.
century.
Not that I want to deny the
That
warfare,
went together
but
to
that's
make
pretty
up
much the same everywhere in the
the
world.
body of
And how
writings
much
that
do
were
we need to
ultimately
say
found in Jerusalem.
about
There are a few
plays their warfare? Like you do not know them to the trading system of people responded
of
to.
a whole
And so the world benefited from the 150 to the story.
Israel, which is
And,
historically
there's a sophisticated culture.
the rise of the
All the
Zoroastrian
different kinds of people that came from the
of the
South.
Talmud, specifically
Or their victims, and we should feel sorry for them, but nostalgic. I want to show them in a different
Yes.
a lot of the scholars really the first modern empire in the way that I'm about his vision.
living in this region.
And I think very few people in
Along the way, all of those.
Earlier,
That's very rich food and culture. Look at some of these
but not for our discussion
world
today.
every Rome to some extent was raised in different sects and religious Christians, but were raised on it. But the campaign he had outside of Mongolia was being led by, as I mentioned before, the Nile king, his son. So the Uyghurs had a delegation of Chinggis on a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove goods. The column with him, they killed.
Showing how the world sort of physical form that many Jews would fear
to do what they want. So we're going to allow you to presume that, you found that. But he said every person
live
literally modified into a series in history. That is one of the biggest ways to say that it is
source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this. It hurt people. It hurt. This was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to administer a large effort. And also, I will say a more practical political. And Christians and Jews,
they like hoarding.
that keeps against him, uniting against him. It's a kind of fragmentation, and he's taking advantage of all the tax-free rights. See, there was another thing he ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it.
qualities that were things that you should have. One word, if I say
are waiting to
you know,
hear
by a
what's
Western
God going to tell
sensibility,
Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are
it
episodes
seems
like
like
that. But he was very
a lot of
sincere.
kind of stuff.
But I think what
It's really
happened,
not, but it's
the
definitely
Mongols
not the range of
so many spirits in the water,
follow
the
these
mountains,
discussions
everything
and
around
many
it.
different
And you have
areas
to
of
know
thought.
him
It's every
personally
page is like
and pray to him to know what
fresh.
they like and don't like.
I'm really quite a fascinated.
Should you sing to them or should you offer some milk products or what do you do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia. This was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This goes to great consternation for the Mongols.
Which is basically
You've got a land here and the spirits don't like us. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was for every reveal. The word for sky, the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather, they're all the same. They didn't have to just be quoted by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson Khan said,
Number of words that are
you people all the Christians.
They lost everything. Right? Lost just at the heart of it was.
well, actually,
Is now, yes, a military genius.
Go to a
So this kind of sage type character to understand to see that as like he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable structure. With all that, but the reality is there's a lot of innate stake.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. You know, when you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. They're fighting, and so he let so he was using the women in a very use of water, and also about not using water, that you could move water into an area to irrigate it. First, torture rejected all and you of the Jewish people. One of to the present day, William is now the editors in Jerusalem. 1240, that was the destruction of Israel. This is what James that's it.
The method of communication or disrespected. Around the world, except the idea of female equality. mentioned communication, military conflict, speak to the what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example.
The traders who carried the goods on their roadways to
go
another.
quite
And so the Mongols were also, they
very
raised the
different, very
status of
competitive
merchants
ideology
very
for
high.
the era.
Heights.
The message
For
that St.
example,
Paul brought
they get 3
quite a
times
bit
more
more palatable because it's Palestine. This is when
The Mongols would say, why do you do that? You got to stop. It's going to come back eventually.
they're referred to
And so they had a much different attitude.
rebellion
Safely. And come back. There was a precedent. We really don't have anybody say from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China.
Exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific
the
ideas,
Emperor Julian,
technical mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating.
from Christianity.
Now we have 100 horses. It's going to be like
served the
and being
heavenly
encouraged.
moments of
It was no
punctuating
longer
the
money
Torah
for exemption.
were,
It was
I don't know,
coming
maybe
along.
he wanted to kind of like
One
assimilate
simple
Jews,
but
but forcing
bomb that could be thrown with a drop shot. This is a result of so they had that. The Middle East,
at the same time, the
that
oral
was
language, the
sons and grandsons.
adaptive
They were
strategy
using some very primitive forms of
of their
cannon.
survival in this extreme, they're spread out, far apart, slow, poor communications,
Technological
and
developments
how do
that
you know
Genghis Khan
what day
and
they
his son
fall on? Traditionally,
Kublai were
Jewish
using, so
calendar
how much
was
gunpowder were they
based
using?
on the
In
physical
general, what was
sighting
their approach to the siege warfare, for example?
testimony.
What are some different ideas there?
Jerusalem were
They were no longer working. The wall system would
divide itself
by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland,
here
it's
in the
already
West
farms.
because
It's hard for horses to get through.
But the Jewish
It's too
calendar
hard to
has a
hew it. The
strong
bows are getting the will.
element to it,
The
such
horses
that
are exhausted.
holiday
He'd already
of
called
Passover
her.
in
She
springtime.
them on the
So
10th.
therefore, being tested every so often to
Northern
make
China
sure,
was
even though
But
the lunar
Kukulkan was
calendar is
born
always
that year
losing
in
days,
1215,
that
about
extra
3
month
months after the capture of
places
Egypt.
Passover
And there
back
was nobody.
into its proper time.
Her oldest son
I'd
was
like to get back to the Talmud later,
and she wanted him to become, even though
but
her husband
that really sheds light on
this wasn't in
what's
line.
quite
This was
itself.
he's the fourth son out of three.
The Mishnah, I would just bad for Mishnah.
She calls it revolution. She made it happen. She put her son
on the Jerusalem Talmud,
one
who were also
three.
what
He died
by
something
in
cholera.
actually
Usually
are Palestinian. That's the
so first a little bit
labeled
lazy,
by
like talking about the
Romans and everybody
religions.
else.
And his territory
Territory
north of China.
So Talmud is
Being run in the dirt by the administrators. Almost they were taxing your land. You have to administer this land. Amish was
they have a
another
lot to do
hothead,
with what I
like
mentioned earlier.
his tolerance for religion. He was had to
He
oversee the
congregations
so
all over the
he was
region.
going to be the
They
new
are
big God.
published in prayer books. They
Welcome.
All deported out. All the ones in Central Asia, that he was taken prisoner into China, and then mysteriously Globalized was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how the Great Wall of ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge exile was
Which, if
recognized that they can't go to all those different groups.
right,
It just
this
they
is something
lost every road.
it is kind of a
Rothschild happened, and he saw all this happen, and he ripped us to protect the water, and so the city walls are right. So,
reaching out
we see that
very common.
participated in that child ever had
What up? What up, girl? How you live? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Everybody hates me. Yo, how you going?
poetry and having contests of a singer painter. I don't know what it's called. They did it for gunpowder in South. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. We'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender out here. They see us go for Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are based mainly away. It's like the Knights of coming out. But on the other hand, this wasn't no territory. Tactical things that they had done incorrectly. Those waters and lands. The possibility of Song Dynasty being to Japan. They were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. But then they eventually So Maya is in command, deserting the cells of right and left. The artisans are all an old lady, have no children. She was called her ugly she. That's what they called her at the time. She was in charge. Never did win this. Our soldiers won this war, but he did not harm her and respected her, and there was no looting of the city. She rose on the ground. She was convincing at the court to Beijing, and they surrendered again in a public ceremony bowing to her. Howard, little 47-year-old brother, half-brother, to the emperor, was his name. They made him the emperor. They just freed everything, and because they were merchants and their status was raised. So the how do you drop the emperor in the ocean? More 7-year-old half-brother. So it was Hong Kong. Probably southern. Great Wall of the city. Soldiers have to surrender. And you won't be alarmed, all this kind of stuff. In the history of the world, you It's true. And the Chinese summarized how losing the mandate to the left, the most optimistic and pursued as the traitors of the country.
Different fracturings of
They're so far away. Now he has a name. Part of the size together. Version that had been trailed thousands of years, but it was just important. And part of the reason is the exhibition was mad. They were arguing with each other there, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. The sinking of the ships was more caused by the Kublai Khan lost invasion of Japan from land. The problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history. It's hard to understand. This had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to the near the end of life. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on the bridges of Japan to go to Hormuz until they went to Actually, he was not a drunk. He took about Eden on the Empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked. Some people didn't get the very wise, very wise. Starting intermarrying Mongolian language. At first, I don't know. Some inscriptions are still there to this day. Maybe. Documenters. One of the primary documenters going on. Is anything else interesting to say? undeniable in areas where it's not unreliable. You can kind of tell because he didn't. A play that became a comedy called Marco Millions. Millions of people and about money and billions and things that people in Europe just play as a book to show people what he really meant. But it was an ironic look at capitalism in the 20th century versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Copenhagen. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not in its worst, but in its most basic. And that is like the princess in that story. This is not in real life. This is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. There's a lot. The princess, there are things like that. And then in the play, Bayal, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, he said, Marco Polo within our land. You've seen everything. The way so many things worked out, there was a misstep in history. Maybe we took our again on the first terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant that the East was so downtrodden by colonialism. Versus integration. Like, the East is tyrannized in the West. And one of the great regrets that I hope don't mediate is just how little they understand in the East. Just not just from kind of understanding there could be integration of ideas. You know, my work is often classified as Mongolian history. But from the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China, book I was just about Kublai Khan. possible, still have respect. This is a respect for towards. There are many aspects to understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly.
And so on. It just happens that the
This made, I mean, these young people all over the world. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim. And they got absorbed into broke away from the Muslim examples from Russia. When it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around Volga River, when they Mountain is a murder. There's always a great, powerful strand of have become so China, and they went from 15 to 36 days. They packed up. But they were going. It was just migration. They always told people that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly. And it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. But I do think that's what happened. That the plague destroyed the local system. All of these people rule by locals because they're benefiting so much from the system. And now the system collapsed. You don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1568. The empire just fell apart. And it's been there for hundreds of years. And then in the 1800s, so many Muslims, they were still Muslims despite hundreds of years. They came back. It became difficult actually to support so many people coming home.
The other historians agree. Genghis Khan basically beat every single army. And you mentioned Sarai, the whole setup.
There's a particular for years. I was just that's coming out. Country people take the countries, take the country, and then master Americans. They said, no, we're going to take back the strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we fought. Was a city. worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany, Yiddish, or even Northern Korea. Or Cambodia, or also in Cambodia. Then we talked to German, American. So we don't want to go into it. We killed Americans. Was Buddhism empire in Central Asia. Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, not a great celebration. So he didn't forget that, which takes a little while. He said it was just had to let by hunting Congo, which is a wild line from that point. And it took some number of months. That is one of his wives was running the camp. And they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the he said no, you don't know the gas tank started over. These were made up primarily nominate somebody who were non-fifth. So before he set off for the Middle East, street forms. You have to talk to your source. So he did. He called us up together. So this is such. This boy was born well, found out what his allied with his unknown, and he was named Visitor Such. And then the next one was Jugadai, and the next one was Uday. And the next one was the father of Rothschild, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. Always call people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always the from then till now. So he called first on Such. He said, what do you say, Such? Genghis Khan's favorite Such. This is the one that was vegetable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest fellow was too hot-headed. Uday was a heavy drinker. Uday was very rigid about the law. The mom what he thought neighbors should just more reasonable. Good for you, look at the work. We call him Judge, my son speak. And he said, this is when he was This is what gave that passions. Actually, the way the secret history of this business, you do not know you are not there. Stars are like
To have that respect and honor way.
somebody finished their age or some euphemism. He made it so he is not new. So he's always, of course, with his middle-aged man now. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I know a favorite psychiatrist. The situation is so hot-headed. He actually being drunk early, so I don't think it was generous and what we bought. He was for every party, drinking every time. One time, Chicken hooked up the great judge who wrote the history.
Propaganda device
Sort of plan B with his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very capable wives.
widespread disagreement at that time, just making the right decision. Keep that fire together.
Tarzan was during her rearming boards, so she reached out and the purge of her court. Killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her.
So much of my adult life. Lectures on the
She didn't
Holocaust
start any
in many
wars once.
significant
She's
matters
just going to ask them things that she didn't.
primarily because
This is
very
why
difficult to
he organized
teacher at the University of Toronto. Professor and Michael Merrick also a very well-known during the Holocaust. Let's start with terminology.
They would own
Why do we
villages
call it
in
the
Persia.
Holocaust? Just the mass murder of some 64 circulation. Prior to that, it was largely similar about this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon. When they have a different word to describe those events of the early 20th. Being the Holocaust is the standard term for Holocaust in modern Hebrew. That reports some kind of however, this has strong religious connotations and others have not. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined, was very troubled by the mass murder and he coined in 1944 genocide, which he used to call that term killing. Genocide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, killing, was a real those terms that point to why describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here on this slide, not necessarily a physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up the Thanos, but can also going to have a culture element as well, which is
Look who it is. How are you, my friend? Long time no see, Jacob. What's good? How you been? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I just recently got an email about 2 years ago. That's pretty cool. Well, they wanted to know if I was still interested. Yeah, I said, yeah.
Louisville, Yeshiva, but they didn't get back to you for 2 years, but now they did.
They just got back to me about an hour ago on email. And they asked me if I was still interested in converting, I'm like, meet them or whatnot, and probably like end up visiting
Take a visit, though.
Definitely, I am. I mean, I can always get away for a day or something. It's problematic when it comes to like weeks or years or something, like medical wise, like a nurse or something would lift my brother up and down throughout the day.
Right.
That to occur. Other than that, I would have to, stay within like a day's distance.
Right. Do they? Does your brother have like Medicare or something?
Well, they've been through everything, and what they offer is just fuel minute, like the bare minimum, and it's never anything that was really kind of beneficial long term. It's always short term, and it only lasts like a certain amount of time, and then that's it, like the entire year. Kind of like my dental insurance, I get like a cap on so much money, and then after that's done, it's like, well, unless you're a pay out of pocket, that's it.
Right. I get that. It's possible though that they could maybe, I don't know. I mean, can your sister take care of him for a little while?
Again, my mother to take care of him. Other than that, it'll be extremely physiologically impossible almost, because just the medical condition. Cells.
Sundown plus an hour or so on Saturday.
For sure, that could happen. For sure.
Excellent. Okay.
As long as going in Israel. give you the email?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Hold on one second. The last one he asked for my number. I gave it to him immediately.
What's his name?
All right. Fred Allen.
Okay. Great.
Or he replied to that. Hello, Jacob. You contacted Temple.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. It's called Temple Israel.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Louisville.
Traditionally Orthodox yeshivas, shuls, we don't call anything temple. It's just
Hold on. Looking
but
that's not Orthodox.
you won't be considered a Jew community.
Well, I mean, I could obviously go to Louisville.
If
But
it-
apparently, maybe my email was converted to, so maybe they just got back to me on the reform side. But apparently, I made a mistake.
Okay, I mean mistakes happen, no big deal. Paducah.
Well, I'm not even sure what that is. That by that?
Evansville is on the other side of the Ohio. It's
Kentucky. Would be Louisville.
okay. So Louisville, you uh, yeah, do that.
It might be a long ways away, but I'll have to send message.
Just search it. You don't after 2 years. How did you find out about my
Or SNAID? Yeah, SNAID. Who was in charge of the Shabbat of Kentucky and Louisville, which is obviously clearly Orthodox. But a lot of these reforms
have issues because you'll
I
have
want the real experience and the real knowledge and the real truth. I don't want like a
environment and you're going to have, I mean, it's quite intense. A reform work in the same vein. You might see 6 to 12 weeks. So you won't, you just won't be seen as a Jew amongst the Orthodox community. I would hate for you to do what I've seen people do.
illegal conversion.
Absolutely. And that will not be. So is you have to sit before Beit Din, which is a house of judgment, and you work with them. It's a panel of 3 rabbis generally. It doesn't have to be rabbis. It can be 3 Shabbat or Orthodox Jews, male Jews. But you need that. Judaism, Orthodox Judaism at least can.
Of course.
So
Definitely.
what you're gonna
Panel of rabbis.
right. So what you're gonna want 551 3122. Email MAN at Anshespard, which is ANSHEISFARD. I'll repeat it. Um, but com. If you have trouble spelling that, just type in Louisville Orthodox Judaism. So
Okay.
that's the largest community. What you want to do is go.
I'll just put the email that I wrote the other ago and just copy and paste the messages because literally nothing's changed.
Okay. And not hear anything back. Why? Because that rabbi has a lot going on. He has an entire should do like you would do. I would like a position you really wanted for a job, except it's more than any job you've ever had. So what you want to do is perhaps email. You want to email. I would not be against. I know that you can't just go visit him, but you can write a letter. The United States Postal Service works. Write him a letter, and I would continue write letters. Doesn't have to be. You could take your email and print it out, put it in an envelope, and then write a handwritten letter saying, like, I sent you this on this date. I'm still interested. Can you please contact me? And halakha in Jewish law. And okay, so what I would do if I were you is probably if you do, great. Different when you receive a letter. It shows someone's very serious. Like an email,
Yeah, it shows us more conviction.
exactly. And in math, you at least have some handwriting in. I'm going to give you care so much. You don't want to annoy the person, and so what I want you to avoid is sending them an email, sending them an email next week, sending them an email the week after. Calling, like they don't want that. They've got their own lives to live. But what you do, what a letter does is it allows someone to receive the communication and respond on their time. And a comfortable manner. And let's say this congregation never in your case.
My friend,
What about your friend?
and, yeah, he actually the one who kind of got me involved in Judaism, and he, I guess, converted. He was like 70 something at the time. I was like 80.
That's fine, but generally you can't. Right. So your friend may have seen themselves as a Jew. That's fine.
I'm not going to read the email, but I looked up the guy I wrote to. Congression Ashnai Safard, an Orthodox synagogue located in Louisville, Illinois. So this is except
the head rabbi at this
The person contacting back, I'm guessing this snide rabbi saw that.
at least what I saw. Just one moment. Let me look it back up. Okay.
Yeah, SNA. That's the rabbi I wrote to.
Hold on.
I don't think I don't have a choice in kind of all the emails type deal.
And AnshaiSafar.com.
There.
Yaakov Letterman.
No, I contacted Snide.
But it doesn't have the most Letterman.
Yes.
I would tell you that you could just write. Did not. I mean, what yourself? Which is
Yeah, I actually ran into the.
Yeah. How much did he? I mean, that's not a conversion of $100 or something, which is just your serious interest.
Bill them and all that. I mean, that could run you thousands.
Yeah, I mean,
Like from what I've heard.
you shouldn't be spending thousands on kids you want, but you want to avoid people who want to take money. Issue if you ever try to move to Israel or you try to get married, where your conversion won't be considered kosher, and then you're going to be at step one, which is basically having to start.
Where I'm at now.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people who, unfortunately, Orthodox didn't consider them. They didn't even care about Orthodox. Then they converted conservative. And then they found out Orthodox don't consider them Jews. take that long. It's really process. And it can be
becoming an actual like Orthodox Jewish man as opposed to
so
unrecognized by everybody. I would.
reform. I want you to know that I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please recommend to me a rabbinical college, perhaps, who may have a program in the area for Orthodox conversions? We want to most of all make your information. I see that you may not be an Orthodox congregation. I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please advise me? That's it. It doesn't have to be really complicated.
Definitely don't get like do this or just like keep it nice and simple.
And I would tell him as well, I don't, nor does the Orthodox community see what he practices. I may see him as a Jew, but I don't see what he practices being Judaism. That's main Judaism.
Yeah.
So did you send your follow-up email to him?
Yes, I do. That's definitely not who I wrote to him. Reform got back to me, so I'm thinking just maybe he kind of pushed more up my mother as that's true to everybody, not just like 80% or 90% of people.
And that's what would have happened. conservative, reform, constructionist, humanist, whatever you consider yourself. We're people, and yes, they are spiritual buildings. And can you please advise me, an Orthodox rabbi, who may be
Jewish, I guess, to me, as opposed to
there's an argument that there is no correct way. I think that's probably
and what you eat. I mean, there's all like a whole list of things that obviously are probably debated about over and over again. That list is probably endless.
yeah. I mean,
What is it like? Conservative or something?
reform or conservative. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm just saying to you is, there is no has ever been a perfect Jew. Even Jews who think that they're perfect, I can, or any Orthodox rabbi can, is the issue with homosexuality. In Vayikra, in Leviticus,
A man should sleep with another man or wear clothes, or a woman should not wear a man's clothes and all that. I'm familiar with that.
right. And so, if we were really practicing Judaism strictly, a man should not lie with a man the way that a man does a woman. We should, and it says that the punishment for this is stoning. And I don't know about you, but we don't stone homosexuals within Judaism, though it says to in our holy book. Now, there's always an exception, there's always a loophole. The argument is made, the reason why this is not done is because there's an issue with witnessing the act. So basically, to have that type of punishment, you would have a based in a house of judgment, but you'd also need kosher witnesses. And the fact is, you're not going to have kosher witnesses who are going to watch two guys have sex. So the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses, so the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses is kind of the loophole. But to me, that's in reality. It says what it says. It says very clearly. It also gives what the punishment is, and we're not enforcing it. So any Jew out there who thinks that they are holier than thou is not living according to the law. Very simply, in the book and in Vayikra and Leviticus, can make many arguments like that. So when you start to pick things apart, you recognize that it's not perfect, and you get rabbis who there are all kinds of different judgments that people have, and So
there's a question about Judaism I really kind of pondered for a long time. Maybe I can lay it on you.
hit me with
If
it.
you don't mind, that is.
Hit me with it.
You know the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yep.
Well, it derives from a pagan storm god, so how can that be sacred?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a hypocrisy in that in itself, which
Yeah.
I kind of like. I always think about. I like try to understand. I'm like, I don't know if I can understand this.
Right. So what you're
It's like saying, don't say the sacred name of Odin. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa. At what point do you recognize cultural and tradition more so than you are actually recognizing like, the actual name of what God is?
right. If you actually study the history of Judaism, we're derived from some other religions. Sure, we take our founding or the start of the world to be 5,000, 57 to 85, so 5,785 years ago. But in reality, I think we all, if we don't want to play games, we'll recognize that we are much older than that. And so Judaism basically is derived from other aspects. Even like Hebrew is derived, I mean, even like ancient Hebrew is derived a lot from Phoenician texts and
Oh yeah, for sure.
and even modern Hebrew.
But there's no people or religion on earth that doesn't have a pagan origin. I mean, that's kind of where we all kind of got our starts.
Right.
And we kind of grew from. And I get that, definitely.
Right. Now, so long as we're able...
But the whole thing is the whole sacredness to it, you know what I mean? It's like, how can that be sacred when it was used in pagan rituals, that same, you know what I mean? It's like, it's perplexing to me.
Right. So, I mean, basically, it is like revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu in with like the name meaning something along the lines of I am that I am, something along that idea, but it's much older than that. And we don't even know how it's exactly said because we don't have like an audio version of how it was originally said. And the idea is that, well, didn't it have pagan roots? You'll find that, like you just said, any religion originally had perhaps either pagan roots or some type of polytheist roots at points. The thing that makes Judaism different is that we are seen as the first monotheistic religion. But that's not even necessarily all that.
It's I am who I am, right?
Yeah.
That's the one I was looking for.
I am who I am, or I am that I am. There are different translations. But even still, there's other smaller religions that make arguments that they practice monotheism prior. The big thing with Judaism, what ends up happening is we would conquer a people and their adherence to
You're
what
assimilating your culture,
exactly
their words and their like traditions.
Exactly. And so these all kind of get combined into one God eventually. It's basically like a funnel. So you can see the main spout of the funnel being the monotheistic aspects that we have within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism. But from a historical perspective, much of this was pulled from earlier civilizations, but we're in a lot of ways we don't recognize those because we say that the religion is 5,785 years old, and that's it. But if you really look into it from a historical perspective, obviously the world is much older than that, and everything is
So
derived
it's
from
allegorical more than historical.
precisely.
I think it's all kind of like we've been doing that as humans ourselves pretty much our entire existence. As like be conquered or be conquered by other people, and we kind of assimilate into that culture, or if we take some of their culture into ours, and it kind of conforms in different words and different traditions and shit, and kind of builds and educates ourselves to where we are even today, to how we got here.
Exactly.
It can be confusing, most definitely.
Well, it's definitely confusing, and people aren't honest with themselves. Um, you know, people will give different answers based on the community they're either representing or speak to whom they're speaking. So within the yeshiva world,
I agree.
we teach that the earth is 5,785 years old. But then we'll have children who have access to the internet, or perhaps secular friends who learn that the world is perhaps a lot older than that. And it raises questions. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, how do we justify the two? And the way that it's justified, that I learned in my studies, and I've heard rabbis justify, is that we have the 7 days of creation, technically 6 and a rest day. And if you want, if it helps you sleep better at night, you can consider each one of those days approximately 1 billion years old in the creation of the earth. And
Exactly. There's a different way to translate it.
yeah, but I mean, then you get into some really great arguments where, okay, well, what if we were seated here from a higher civilization? What world does God have then? Didn't God just create Earth, and like isn't God Hashem just like a earthbound God? And when people say, like, I mean, I posed this to the best rabbis I could find. It was really one of the things that it was like a yearning that I had. How do we justify our religion when there's evidence that we're not alone? Particularly, like I would just see on the internet, like,
you have to ask those questions for learning an individual and educate yourself.
right.
You have to ask those questions just so you can educate your own self and understand it.
Right. And I was in a Chabad in Sherman Oaks with a really wonderful person, a colleague. I won't name his name just because I'm live streaming, but he was from Israel, fought in the IDF, like had a moment where he came to God, which is great. And I took him aside one day after chakras, after morning prayers, and I said, look, I took out my phone and I showed him a video of a UFO flying past a Russian MiG fighter. As clear as day. I mean, this isn't like a blurry thing. It's clear. It is the best video footage I could get. And I did this about 10 years ago. And in his heavy Israeli accent, he said to me, there's only God. And I knew he was just saying that to me because, number one, he doesn't have an answer for it. Number two, that's the answer that he's supposed to give. And I don't necessarily believe that.
But the thing is, though, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the thing is, but some rabbis, as soon as you start questioning that things aren't exactly how they are written or how they are interpreted, they kind of dismiss you as kind of like blasphemous.
Yeah, there's nothing blasphemous with asking that question. It's an important question to ask.
It most certainly is.
Yeah, I mean, any
Not
rabbi,
just for like no.
any rabbi who considers that question blasphemous isn't worth their salt. They essentially only want to adhere to a certain set of ancient traditions, and if they want to do that, then I would ask them, why aren't they executing all the homosexuals?
Very true.
The fact that they're
Or
not,
stoning women who cheat on girls.
the fact that they're not practicing that to such an extreme shows that they have some variability in their
In your
beliefs.
shoes type deal.
They have some variability in their beliefs, and once you're able to start chipping away at the chinks in their armor, then you're able to start opening it up to real questions. And I mean,
That's what I love about like educating myself. It's just you have to ask the questions that most rabbis or whatnot, or most people in general, aren't really used to like questioning because they just want to have the fundamental belief core system and they hear going to that. And as soon as you step outside of that, you're kind of looked at like an outcast.
able to believe whatever they want to believe. I think these thoughts are particularly of interest in Israel because as religious as people think Israel is, it's quite a secular. People there are secular. At the heart of the matter, I have evidence alone on this earth. And if you want to know I mean, I don't personally, but I mean, we can look every single day. There are people who take pictures of anomalous crafts in the air. We have people who have implants in their body that has metals that is not from Earth. We have witness accounts
I've
of,
seen things are just
of
on
God gave Moses Torah.
I try to look at it like the in an like look at it from their perspective. It's direct contact.
That even the beings that contact us are just willing to, not just rabbis, but most any person on earth is willing to do. And um, and I remember looking.
It's because there's such a lack of evidence on our particular side for it. It's just like passed off and
good. How was yours?
It was lovely. Are you ready?
What is this? What that was flying around? I'm sorry.
Jacob,
I'm
this
ready.
is Miss Aquarius.
Hi, Jacob.
We have knowledge of Plato. I did not know about it until
You're
Jacob.
breaking up. Oh, there you go.
I did not know Plato before Jacob, and he introduced me to it, and now I've introduced it to so many different people. But you knew about it, so I didn't introduce it to you, Miss Aquarius and me.
Yeah, I haven't played in a while. Sure.
What? Somebody. What's that?
Oh yeah, I did that accidentally. I sent you that yesterday.
Oh,
The Scrabble thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I entered that. Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm sending you an invite, and Jacob, I'm sending you an invite as well. So you both should have invites momentarily.
All right. What is that? Oh my goodness.
Oh, what?
Oh no. Jesus. What up?
I haven't really played bowling in a while.
That's all right. You're doing well.
I haven't really played this game in a while.
All right, you're doing good.
Oh, he gets a strike coming.
Oh, just
Oh, it's Rob.
yeah, you just got you kissed it.
This is good, Jay, because you know how to play. So
Doesn't like me. I'm better at brawl box.
Yeah, you are.
No, most of my losses actually come because I had something to do. I end up resigning. There we go. Oh, like 200.
That's good.
Physical, I'm usually really good at it. Come on, this stupid fucking pen.
Right? That's so. Oh,
There you go.
okay.
Everybody kick my ass again.
No, you had a strike that. You could have been.
Coming out swinging, jeez. Nice shot.
Thank you. Mother God, strike.
Still rocket spare, maybe.
Got this.
Oh. That was definitely a hard one to pick up, though.
Word.
Oh.
Ooh, 7. The hardest shot in the game, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Nope. Thank you. It's okay. One of y'all gonna get it. Come on, Jacob. You got this. Now strike it. You got this there, though. Yeah, let's go.
There we go.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Got this.
I'm putting on my leg and get serious with this game.
Yeah, come on, Jacob. You got this. Come on. Let it strike. Let's go. Hey. You got this. Rabbi. All right.
Really hard. What's there?
Get it, these two. Get these two.
Oh! I think I just by like a pin.
Are you won by more than a pin?
Right. Okay? That's how we do it.
That's
Yay.
right. Nice job, Miss.
Check your optimism.
Oh, she.
Wow, Jacob did that. It's a pro in the building. We got a pro in here.
Word.
Rabbi and Jacob. All right.
All right, Miss Aquarius. I hope you have.
In here for the night.
Oh, wonderful. And we'll see you. Oh, God willing, we'll play tomorrow night, okay?
All righty. Good night. Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Nice to meet you as well. Violet's up. Good night.
Good night.
All right, Jacob. All right, I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Although it was in circulation in the 1960s, it became very popular. Film Holocaust, David Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the word Olah, means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term Korban, religious in nature.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Rabbi. I'll check in with you.
Excellent. Update me with how everything goes, my friend.
Are usually referred to in a
Almost
very
time, man.
sense.
I'm a little brother.
Best wishes, Violeto.
Smells the burnt off. That theological continue, but I'll hope to address it later on. How pleasing to God. Does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, or that's also popularized by this very famous film from his trial in Nuremberg, to say that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible hit against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. Applying a solution implies an original that's a terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides in increasing number. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick up three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Stereotypically, Prussians, the Nazis were able to see in the Nuremberg shown here that specifically defined how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had some less than that number. Isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like paroxysm of violence. It's a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived. The estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200, mind-boggling. Furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. We compiled lists such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available. See that they were literally setting up factories, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death, source of great confusion for the Holocaust happened. And understanding this time, they invaded Poland. And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapped, but they're not identical phenomena. I think when we get to this part of the history, Barbarossa, that coincided coincided with the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as you shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust is and eventually the Canadian in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible. Now that we've outlined in very basic to describe it, some of its unusual features and the period of time we're speaking about, we'll get some time right now at the initial moments of this with all of the lectures. But let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were in fact Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohammed, were the very first to be targeted by
Big dog. Living, baby.
I just feel broken.
Why do you feel broken, big dog? What's wrong?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing's wrong?
Just, I don't have a rubber band.
Okay, well.
Tomorrow?
Okay, we'll get a rubber band tomorrow. I won't give you any. You tried. That's all right. Are you ready to play Reversey?
Speaking of reverse, I scored 118 on reverse. Backwards on. Well, yeah, backwards on Digispan. 112 forwards and 100 on sequence.
Doug, no one knows what that means. What are you talking about?
So, Digispan IQ test.
You mean you remembered that many numbers?
No.
ability to, I will. If I have to do a really long number or something really long, it's easier for me to do in a song. But when I became a Freemason, I surprised myself more than I've ever surprised myself memorizing anything. I had to memorize this. There are like basically two ways you can memorize, like kind of like a paragraph of a thing, or you can memorize something that's like 18 minutes long, like an entire fucking play basically. And I memorized the play and I had it perfectly. And the way that I was able to memorize it perfectly is I would type it. And when I typed it and I just kept typing it exactly the same way every time, I was able to memorize a lot faster.
How long did it take you to memorize it?
Oh, about 6 months.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but I mean it's really long. It's like a whole book and it's all in code. So you don't know what the words are. The way that it is, it's called glyphs. So they're like it's like a code, and the only way to know the code is to work with someone who also knows the code. And then what I would do is I would review it with my coach every week, and we did it for like a bunch of months to the point where I knew it better than he did. And then I performed it in front of my lodge, and it's still there to this day. They not only said I did beautifully and perfectly as you can do it.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
do you think if you did nothing for 9 months, you could train yourself to score absolutely perfect in an IQ test? Like, absolutely fucking perfect. Like 160? You just months.
Yeah, I think if you just did it, depending on the test, yeah, I think so.
Does that mean your IQ is 160 if you do that?
No,
Why not?
because you are training to the test, which isn't really how those work. It's more about
Why can't it work like that?
because it's more about the surprise ability, your ability to interpret symbols. Oh, how do you like that, dude? It's pattern recognition. All IQ tests are, or most of them, just pattern recognition.
Well, there's different to some tests.
That's true, but if you're using one that uses English words, it's already skewed. A proper IQ, because if you're using an intelligence test that uses any English words, it's already skewed to English speakers. And intelligence is not who knows English the best, it's about pattern recognition. So, aside from perhaps some instructions in your native languages, a proper intelligence test should not have any words on it. It should be shapes, and that to and it shouldn't be math either.
People take longer to figure out answers than others.
Yeah, I mean they have to have some type of time, but I understand. Um, I mean, I guess they don't, but it doesn't necessarily show intelligence then. Or I guess it can, but if you give somebody that like as much time as they want, there need to be some limitations on it. Generally, I mean, you could take as long as you want to do this, and if you get it done, then you it is what it is. I mean, I think that works too. To give you a chance to check over your work. You recognize that no matter how well you do on like an IQ test, that doesn't necessarily mean that people think you're smart. Nice checkout. Generally, the way that people think you're smart in society is based on your vocabulary. The more words you know, the average person thinks that you have a higher IQ. Though that does not necessarily mean that you do. It just means that you have a larger lexicon or vocabulary. Now, um, it can also equate to math as well. In my and I saw this documentary, and it was the best thing that in one sense explained what intelligence is, and it was this: intelligence is the ability to identify analogy. If you want to be smart in society, the ability to identify analogy, the thing that separates what society deems as being dumb people and smart people. So, did you know that you had an invention and you were just jerking yourself off raw?
Identify.
Yep. So, the ability to identify when either a situation or an environment is similar to another one. It's like pattern.
Okay. So if I go to a movie theater and a music concert, they're similar because they're both forms of entertainment. And one I might be seated, but the other one I might be standing, but I'm there for entertainment.
What's your question?
Is that what you mean?
No, I mean like
Is that what you mean by no?
it's like the ability to
No.
it's the ability to recognize patterns.
Oh, like this game.
Correct.
I recognize the pattern.
What pattern do you recognize, son?
Um, bull markets used to be every 7 years. Historically, every 7 years due to inflation. But now inflation's gotten so bad that it's every 4 years. But I have a feeling that if you look at it, it used to be now it might be even every 3 years because the last bull market started in 2023. So it might be every 3 years that we have a bull market. Which means that we could be going into a period of hyperinflation.
Dude, you got such a great start. Like, you got an unfair start.
So, Rabbi,
Yo,
usually
pimp.
bull markets start every 4 years, but for whatever reason, the bull market started in 2023, which was early, which means in 2026, if assets keep going up, we might enter a period of hyperinflation.
I think we're already going to be in a period of hyperinflation.
Do you think we are?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we are.
Okay. Prices are up like
'Cause if we,
20, double in the last 5 years.
yeah, that's not hyperinflation, that's just inflation. If we hit a period of hyperinflation, people start losing their jobs and no one works because the currency becomes worthless.
Yeah, I mean, okay, depends what you want to define as hyperinflation.
That's not hyperinflation, that's high inflation.
Okay, it depends what you want to define hyperinflation as. It's subjective.
Hyperinflation. You know when the whole world knows hyperinflation happens.
That's correct.
It'll be all over the news. The
So-
whole world will know.
so
no
we're-
one will be going to
so
work.
We're not going to be
The
in hyper.
currency will become
So,
worthless.
so we're not going to be
No one will
hyperinflation.
be spending it.
No,
Sorry?
no Western currency has been in hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
No, we're not going to go hyperinflation.
Or
We're
at
gonna
least
go very
no
high
major
inflation.
one. No major one. Maybe some small country, but
Most of,
I
most
shouldn't
of
say
our
that.
currencies will get
No,
in the
none
next
of your
20,
major ones. The
25,
US
50
dollar, the
years.
pound, all that.
What?
Your major currencies in the world have not experienced hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
Yes. How many major currencies are there?
Depends how you want to define it. Perhaps like 5.
Euro, yen,
Yuan,
yuan, US dollar. What's the other one? Pound's different to the euro.
fuck yeah, man.
You got fucked. How does it feel?
Not good.
You need to heal. I can see what your best move is here. That probably was the worst move you could make. You know why?
What up,
Sound
pimp?
good.
Well, I might help you here. My option. I was running out of options. Rabbi, that was bad. Okay, well, do you think I won?
No.
Well, you dickhead. Jihad. Still. I'm broke, Rabbi.
Okay, so do you have enough to be able to buy a rubber band?
Yes,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
Alright, Rabbi, what's the best way to win here?
Just win, baby.
Yep. Alright. Rabbi, go. You know that was your best move?
Yep.
Rabbi, that was the best move you could make. You ready?
Yes, sir. Terrible move. You'll see.
Right. Did I just lose? Alright, well, let's go again.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Gonna go.
Dude, you're taking too long.
Send me a request. You didn't send me a request. Rabbi,
What?
I'm gonna win.
Okay.
What's the ability? One tower master every time. That fucking sucks. Do you agree this is the worst one?
I don't know if it's the worst, but I don't like it.
Well, so figure it, like, what, like, what thing is it even, like, there's no ghost tiles. Why are there ghost fucking, you know? But there's no ghost tiles. Why there is a ghost thing if there's no ghost tiles? Get what I'm saying?
Sort of.
Like, the thing should, like, advantage for, like, if you pick the right match font stuff, it should give you an advantage. Oh. Oh, fuck.
Terrible move.
That was bad. Oh, was it? Was it a terrible move? Rabbi, you know what your best move is?
Word.
You know that was the best move you could make?
Yes, sir.
You know this was the worst move I could make?
It's not the worst. You're up, pimp.
So
Big mistake.
what's the best?
You ready for this, Zoot?
I hope you.
Thanks, baby.
Rabbi, you just Rabbi,
What up, baby?
have I evolved anything? Have I evolved anything yet?
No.
Should I evolve something?
I mean, that's up to you.
I really like.
Dude, you're doing well.
I really like.
Dude. Oh, man.
What just happened?
I saw that. That was
What
a.
just happened?
I saw that. You're up, pimp.
I got robbed.
Yeah, but you got two
I
moves.
got robbed there.
You got two moves.
Rabbi, you're gonna hear it. Is that your best option?
Perhaps.
Rabbi, you fucked me.
What do you want me to do, big dog?
Do not fuck me.
Okay.
Alright, how do I do this? I'm like, Rabbi, do you think I win here?
No.
Was that a good move?
Whatever you want.
I think that was a good move. I think that was a great move. was a good move. You got one option here. You're me in a better position right now.
Dog, I'm whooping your ass.
Oh, I just fucking made a dumb move. What's his?
Zoot, you need that fucking rubber band.
What?
You need that rubber band. Zoot, you need that rubber
I need
band.
that rubber.
Zoot, in the meantime, until you get the rubber band, every time I hear you do one of your ticks, I want you to flick your hand, okay?
Okay. Oh, fuck. That wasn't the tick.
Yes, no one just randomly says that.
I fuck. That wasn't the tick.
No, that's different.
That
You
that
said
was
you said
me
something.
saying, oh, fuck.
Zoot, you said something else.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna win.
Okay, let's see it. Good move. You're gonna lose. Are you gonna go? It's over.
Fucking hell. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay,
I might
Zoot,
get a rubber band.
go get a rubber band and come back.
By the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there were other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they adapted to their peoples, or which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would be fighting with each other's scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. Now let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family, and it is that was first pioneered by Sir Francis, that took obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. You can see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice very noxious social measures to try beneath the value of a given city, that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society, forcibly through murder and other means, but also who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program,
There she
for
is.
example, or a life born.
How are you?
I'm great. I'm going for a walk, and I did my job, but obviously, it had to be a fight afterwards. It always has to be a goddamn motherfucking fight, because it's too much for me to ask for the last motherfucking things. So, it's just what it is.
Did you have fun?
I went to my other house. Did I have fun? No. burn them, burn.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Punky Star? How'd you find out about me, my friend?
About what?
How did you find out about me? What's new?
Usual.
Absolutely. Have I ever introduced myself to you formally?
Do what?
Have I ever introduced? Okay, good.
We're Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, and that I stream my life and world peace and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
So,
Oh, until Tony. Okay, very well. Excellent.
nothing really. Got to go to bed, go to work.
What do you do for a living?
Butcher.
What do you do for a living?
I just work as a butcher.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, now I recall. All right. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Not doing anything too special, my friend. Feel free to enjoy.
Yeah, sorry if I acted weird last time. I got like a brain disease.
You're good, Pim. Don't worry about it at all.
Program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to the specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Bilding and Alfred Oether, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy. And the authors made this sweeping that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, better for the rest of the world to simply destroy us. They were not equally able to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous here. This is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 was then used to round up these chip manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which it lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking the diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Buda, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret. Protest against this destruction of life, unworthy of life, was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people who were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in. So, in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire the Nazi onslaught. Children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, the Holocaust would unfold in the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims left. The number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II were just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe placed the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, placed the number of Jews killed higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in populations in England, Western Europe, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic, from a pre-modern environment seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years, they nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a kahila type organization, a kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th with the French women and men and French women. And this meant that the organization of the Jewish community had to, as it wouldn't make sense to have There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond with the granting of citizenship. But the granting was in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry that was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. The European Jewry was orthodox, is patently false. The Reform movement, conservative movement, all had their origins, particularly in the Western regions, and with many different modalities of religious observance, with significant tension with the traditional of Eastern Europe. It was emptying itself of Jews as we moved to the 20th century. A wide-scale, massive migration of more than the world to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it was a population that was very much changing as a result of this migration. Useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jew population? First of all, the population is a result of migrations of the 30s, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they are tuned to the centers of social activity. And since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews, the religious observance, new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were often as their first language. And that was something that had become moribund vernaculars, but it was revived by the Zionist movement, revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, we're looking to various models of what we might call liberalism. In Eastern Europe, there was approaches. The vast majority of Jews, their peers were political election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be a Jewish nationalist. This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw them. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. The Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major dividers of the Jewish people are between us is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who own the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional cultural orientation. So where were they living? And this of Ashkenazim and Sparta during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the region are inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. With the exception of the Jews of Greece, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. A very high up target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is about the nature of life before the Holocaust, because they have many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic for murder. But because of the difficulty, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning they took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, which demonstrate the clothing was they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. They were political enemies. That's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were which were biblical homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, and he gave movements to assert their right to exist, homosexuals. And then there's a generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rap against German society, and many people actually fit in. See here, the badge would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew, expanding scope of would that would apply to German citizens by the Nazis. The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism, that Hitler will look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to anti-Semitism is one of it is perhaps, as some view, the oldest hatred, and we see that it is over centuries. And in really divergent culture, with tremendous tenacity, by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Several different ways to break down the nature of what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason, and that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism. That, unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first, the term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange. we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day at 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps thoughtful or lazy. So these they were misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred. But if you want an illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, and when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70 after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art, it's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see monumental architecture of the church and ecclesia is represented, clear with a staff who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Her devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand. And the whole metaphor is to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. But more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the Judenhut. This was a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue who is riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find is especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verben, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the Ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of Synagoga, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered, and the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over Jew painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of the Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And And so therefore, he defined a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Many different, there's a whole language that's called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, can indicate over or undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from social Darwinism, that was joined to the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the Invisible World Government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world, right? The idea of a conspiracy. And of course, the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited. But as we shall see in the next lecture, acted on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods for anti-Semitism. Is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization. Like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Gift Pills, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Perrochoïf, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Julius Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish. I mean, the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, and cancer, they're all wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic Jewish microbe, so to speak. So the Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic. Just show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with pandemic of America right now. And here's another one. Second major element is very, very strong in Nazi, and you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting Roosevelt, America, Churchill, England, Stalin in the Soviet Union. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of this, of course, is when these are the allies behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew. That's what the caption reads, meaning that the Jewish capitalists. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it. The heavy jowls, lips and nose. These are all stereotypical. The connection of the real component, the idea of the parasite Jew to the conspiracy Jew, is something that runs through the element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the pioneer for modern terms is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. There's a kind of like, can't look away from the grotesquerie, like passing when you're driving down the highway you see an accident, you very heavily. One of the most horrible, Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point. It says, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clear linking to the idea of conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. Right? That's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this. Find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew eats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have children, I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of porn exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships, humiliated, like this couple, which who were forced to specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany. You can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Hitler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew. And no he was something of an amateur.
What's up? Yo, ZR, how are you? ZR. ZR. Hear you if you're trying to talk. Yo, ZR. ZR, can you hear me? I see you're trying to talk. Are you sure your volume isn't down a lot or something? Your user volume's up. Okay, I can barely hear you. What's up? Better, yeah. Hello. How'd you find out about me, ZR? Dude, I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Yeah. How'd you find out about me? Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome. How's your day going? What Discord did you find me in? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. You're still really hard to hear. Okay, well, you're welcome here. Feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy.
A very primitive early swastika. And the idea is the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. Cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against that hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered, an important theme, and it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior. Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Bruce Davidowitz, who wrote a very important book called to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small society. Ocean, this kind of conspiracy, a lot of those members of societies that could be the same. The legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these conspirators. And essentially, particular school of thought. The other, which begins to emerge in the 1950s, and especially into the 1990s, is associated with
I don't know why
absolutely virulent at a very young age. Tries to look
I
at
just got another server right
from
here.
a different perspective and to
It's still
understand
not the
what
one
were
that I
the
want.
major
You
elements
just
that
listen
allowed
first.
so many people to buy themselves out of that particular
I
mind
need to hear
frame.
this, but now
Cost
I understand why this point.
function of the
But
war.
listen,
The word
like,
function
no,
in the
you
sense of,
fucking did
if
this to
you
me.
studied functions and
All
relations
your
in mathematical theory,
blaming it
that
on
when
you.
one thing
not my
changes,
dad.
another thing changes as well.
Okay.
And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their
Not
thought
my mom
is
and my
that
dad's fault.
as the
Because it's not their problem to solve anymore. Do you
as
understand?
to
We're living
the
my entire life.
inhumanity that was associated with the war of a possibility. In other words,
And
at
I
the
was crying.
beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain fusion, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows through the acceptance of the idea of
But also, I didn't want to feel that in the middle of that shit. The rabbi, if you touched my butthole, I know that I wouldn't cry about it.
another thing changes as well.
Unless it was tears of joy.
Now, let's not
And
just say
actually, that's not
that
what would
Hitler's
happen.
anti-Semitism is not an
Because I
important
wouldn't be able to
factor
cry.
in the entire evolution
While you
of the
touch my
Holocaust, or devolution might be
I
a
love
more appropriate
I
term.
love
Nevertheless, it
I
sheds light on the general theme of European society as a we
Anyways,
take away
I'm
the
gonna be
bright
quiet for a second here.
spotlight on Hitler, which tends
Let
to
me drink
throw
that.
all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated
What up?
about a man who changed the course.
How are you?
Basically, he had a rather remarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schickelgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schickelgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schickelgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schickelgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schickelgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler's her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life, nevertheless did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received, and according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School. He was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So this Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. It tends to be things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, it's sort of like adolescent, angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing. It gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is a sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. And he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this the face statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology, and the change in stability, and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. And the people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with, the pause and you have to like stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of like releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz, Treblinka, Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often, these disfigured veterans losing limbs, things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so he was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So there's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria, is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral, see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties. Hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look, less anti-Semitic. But anyway, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I, and Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who associated with Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe in another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in greater detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies, and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas. And Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced, because typically the it is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as the ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg. And here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is in fact the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippah, the forked tongue, the snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi party at this time, and in 1923, he was associated with the Munich beer hall putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch, which Hitler participated in, was short-lived. The Nazi party was rife with informants, and the police broke it out very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very, supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. And he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. And his Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero, and 1928, you can see that the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate. But by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25. And by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claim 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. It had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who he feared the most, were the communists. And then through some political wrangling, which would take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we will look at the period between 1933 when Hitler first takes control of Germany through the late 1930s, and especially right up until Kristallnacht, which was a turning point in Nazi policies for Jews, as we shall see in the next video. And during these 6 odd years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January of 1933. Next month, there's a very suspicious fire at the Reichstag, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set and under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalized on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator, martial law. And this is a very important point that we should remember, in that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric, and of course, we could go through the person on his brown shirts, the essays from Rothschild that we spoke about in the last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important functionary tale for us in the 21st century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt would threaten his power base, and he created the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them, in that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally
Welcome. Yeah.
Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in period, and there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. The names of great authors like Heinrich Heine, Freud, Karl Marx, on and on. Hundreds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses and really leading the culture. Many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. So Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws. The most significant law that came out in this regard
Welcome.
was the so-called Nuremberg Gesetz, the Nuremberg Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews and Germans.
Hey, Rabbi, how you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp?
Pretty good. I'm playing some craft all the while.
Cool, man. Is it fun?
No, I'm right now making my first world.
Baller.
Then you have the middle category, so-called Mischlinge. The Mischling of the Erstdegrad, the first degree Mischling.
My beard looks good. I tried changing it.
Parents, or a Mischling of the second degree, or diluted.
Yeah, I missed a lot.
but not Jewish. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers, and ultimately the Mischling of the second degree were sent to gas chambers. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it was a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal role in the way Jews define themselves. It did not have a role in the way the Nazis defined it. It was entirely racial in this regard, not related to gender. With the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified and then persecuted. The whole series of laws shop owners with janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store. So this is the kind of story. Rothschild was itself and a bizarre fixation on the idea. And of course, everything that Hitler done, because of his cult of personality, really percolated down to the massive hierarchy and to German society as a whole. Rothschild specifically refers to relationships that involve male and female partners. And there was a tremendous amount of employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see how herself is made because she lays down the Jews and on the right the Jewish man is also saying he only takes German women into his room. Here's another example of a German who is wearing this placard and having relationships with Jews. You see, what's most terrifying about this is having religion. Civilians surround this guy, not church themselves, and you can see the woman on the right. Civilians who are clearly accused of Russian. And after the Nuremberg laws were full park benches marked only for areas. There are signs that went that same Jews are one of those here unasked for guests. Jews are not welcome in this town. They're painful. So these kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s, as Watertown Square colored their own restrictions on classes where people could sit. These kinds of things. Signage is a Jewish outfit. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there's a significant number of German Jews moving the country. If you look at the period between 1933 and 1940, the Jews of Germany would flee. But most countries had severely restricted their immigration policies. This would increase severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape into Germany. This was ever assigned to that region. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military free war, and Hitler very this referred to the joint note that Austria and German cultures, Austria, although they're separate countries, if you sounds of music that is finally and prelude to war itself, the capture of the David. This is a mountainous region. There are a lot of ethnic Germans living there, and Hitler claims that they essentially commanded some of these territories, and the Allies simply these territories. In particular, there is one in the 20th century diplomatic issue when Neville Chamberlain was exposed to Europe with his and he returns and he lands on his tarmac back in England. There's a crowd of people around him actually watched his speech on YouTube where he proudly portrays this letter that Hitler signed that agrees that he will not advance on any other countries once he gets the big contract with Russia. And Chamberlain claims that he has achieved peace in our time. This is a Poland could not happen without an agreement in advance. Let us recall in the here that Germany is located in the center of Europe. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight as true gun war. That is, it cannot engage with forces to the west for very long. The logistics of the supply chains, moving reinforcements back and forth, of maintaining two very distinct fronts simultaneously simply too much for Germany. And so what Hitler resolved to do was to first pacify into the eastern front through a treaty clearly engaged, then he would turn his invade west. That's in fact exactly what he did. In a secret pact that was signed by the foreign ministers of both regions, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Soviet Nazi non-aggression pact, that basically said that Germany and the Soviet Union promised not to attack each other in case of the eruption of hostilities elsewhere. Now, Hitler would later go on to double-cross Stalin and would attack the Soviet Union once he had pacified the West. This was in 1941, years after the Nazi-Soviet if you have a look on the left, it's what the border looked like. The red region are the Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic. And then taken over were the regions of eastern Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland. But then after some negotiations, you can see on the right, slightly after. So that means is that was most heavily populated by Jews. Poland, which had over during the years So the next years, Jews agents had one of two very different realities of experience. There were those Jews who found themselves in the Soviet era, and that's what we're going to address in the next class, which will look at specifically what happened to those Jews who found themselves citizens of Soviet republics between 1939. The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we'll spend a couple of lectures speaking of some of the aspects of life after these incredibly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September. You recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis, the Blitzkrieg. Here you see the goose-stepping soldiers making their way into Warsaw. And it's yellow stars are the ghettos that were established shortly after the advance into Poland. The white stars after the Nazis had advanced into the Soviet Union after Operation Barbarossa, and the black stars are especially significant for Hungarian Jewry, because that has to do with the see that they are all in the ghetto or in very proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because ultimately the residents of the ghettos, the Jews there, and will be forced to be deported. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large and old cities, which had Jewish populations that stretched cases profile which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown city. But as you can see, limits the Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to address the boundary, they have to go all the way around in order to make that distance. There were, in some ghettos, were bisected by trolley lines that public transportation could go through the district and get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite actually established the boundaries over the projection of the earth. And when those boundaries down here also in Warsaw, and the walls that required, but they were regarded as it were by a large number of non-Jews out On the other side of the coin was the so-called attritionist ghettos, most significantly, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die in one area so the is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the whole line that an adult male in 2,000 calories a day to be healthy, calories is ridiculous. Obviously not survival. Find ways to smuggle in illegal rooms, fantastic treatment. The Warsaw Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to be raised to the hero of the Warsaw Ghetto, would not be of the resistance, which we'll talk about in a later video, but it would be in honor of the children who acted as smugglers to bring food into the ghetto. But the ghettos had an end date. In summer of 1942. This so the Nazis' infiltration of the ghetto
Like, where?
Let's continue our discussion of the ghetto by looking back there, most specifically something called the Rothschild of the Jewish Council, essentially the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of society. Salient observations about the Jews made by Hannah Arendt shown here. She tells us her experience with the Second World War. First part of this book actually focuses on I also this quote we want to look at for a second because it's so relevant to what you're talking about today. He writes the ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the commitment of people to the distinction between fact and fiction no longer exists. Incredibly relevant observations, but we're going to focus on the 20th century rather than looking at the beginning of the 21st. The reason why Hannah Arendt is so important for us is there to observe the trial. She wrote this remarkable book, especially for
So we look at you.
Evil is banal. Evil is neutral. It's kind of like whatever to evil makes the Holocaust possible. Whether it was social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it would all blow over. Affairs. They tend to tax themselves, not necessarily without having state powers to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides and poor relief in general, and all kinds of things. So the Kehillah leadership, which we see in contemporary terms really as the Federation movement in America, where you have the United Jewish Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions from the Jewish community and organizing for relief of Holocaust survivors. And so would come into these towns and they would go to the leadership of the Kehillah or the Gemeinde in Germany, and they would say, all right, we want you charge, and the second charge might call details, but where somewhere down the line, someone in the Kehillah leadership who would say, I will help out. To be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, there's no point in resisting because they're going to shoot us. So at a group route in Warsaw, numbing repetition. The weather that day, the temperature, and reflected a lot of his personal concerns about his missing son and his daily interaction with the Nazis, with ratcheted up their demands on the Jewish community. Deaths, Chernikov collected commit suicide following science. But we which sheds tremendous light on how Jews malfunction. On the other hand, you have the city of Lodz, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually lorded over the Jews. He was called King Mayan by him. He had money printed with his own picture on it. Leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessary, but rather in some cases who were selling the Jewish community. There's huge amounts of hopes these show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the Jewish community. We did with, for example, the Jewish police, the hated of the formational units of the movement. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with uniform devices like active boots and belts and, of course, the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing the Umarat officers themselves to their destruction. Again, trying to save their place, but nevertheless doing so by betraying the rest of the Jewish Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals as being diabolically evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There was a spectrum of collaborative bystanding that we must consider when we try to assess it. Ghetto was not one of life, but one of death. As we discussed briefly in the previous lecture, starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease and abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. There were so many heartbreaking photographs of people, children, literally expiring on the street from exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the realities of ghetto life was preserved in tremendous detail by people like Emmanuel. Ghetto people, for example, where that actually helped a school that refused to completely give themselves up. And abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life of illegal currency running through the ghetto, primarily funded by smugglers, was a minority of the ghetto population. In fact, that is the reality, the reasons that I'd like to explore later, and actually made a strong impact on other populations. It's later. What a plan. For the most part, resistance and they get all of it. What are you playing? By the way, no phone, Shane. He's made pluralism as the rabbi strove week after week to constituent and to display that remain strong in the face of such a totally running outcome as the Nazis represented. And he treated our politics with a lot more attention, but it's a very good country. Thank you very much. One of the phenomena that is common in the study of the events of is that it took so little for the Nazis to affect obedience in their civilian populations, and as we shall continue to see, Jews as well. The right kind of messaging from their size to have such deleterious impact upon a broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment. Maybe I should say famous, but famous for discovering very negative effects. The Milgram experiment document I really urge you to actually as a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional review boards today. But he was especially interested in trying to understand precisely our question: how did the Nazis manage to control such large populations? And so he created this, what it would take for a total to be obedient enough to kill another human being. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors. Posture, standing as opposed to sitting, and the things to generally convey were all like external traffical authority or nothing. An experiment to see what effect, for example, the assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was always given the role of teacher. Basically, what would happen is the teacher would be showing a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches. And under each of the switches was a label from mild, would deliver a small electric shock, and in fact they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street. Shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, who is of course an actor, and so all along the subject who thinks he's being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed where the teacher could hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the responses. They were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were electric. And then this was conducted through a microphone, but later he would even. So what would happen is the subject, who thinks he's a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that pair. Every time the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out, and then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would how long it would take before the subject, again, was a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that there are no shocks being delivered. We want to see how much an electric shock the subject gave before he gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill the experiment. Requires you to continue persuaded with these simple, like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. And we want to see, will the subject go through with it and deliver that deadly shock? The results are terrifying. 65% of the subjects would deliver fatal shocks, meaning they would show distress, they would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore, but with the latest of prodding, they would go back to the shock. Phenomenal. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had all, well to do, but if you did it, for example, some strip mall or something like that where it looks kind of sketchy. Okay, then the results went down. The victim from the more you separated the learner from the teacher, you put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock. Then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about 2/3 of people are willing to live without electric shock. So again, and it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum of this electric shock, or an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me, and to see that the Nazis were able to say, the country is depending on you. Follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else did, and this leads to compliance. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually the distribution of stolen property intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along. These are terrifying, which help us understand the psychological and sociological underpinnings of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching. The idea of the death camps is something so incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking. We should be aware that there were really two different kinds of camps. At the end of the war, the distinction between them was a very clear, bright line that separates Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, because these were camps which were not designed for, enemies of state or perceived enemies of state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair, or their gold teeth, or their prostheses, or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a few Nazi troop years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter. And so Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against the East, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both. Named after a euphemism typical of the Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, and to the plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical and mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized systemized, bureaucratized murder, and used as their another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda poster that describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost life without hope, piece of life. Look how much society, we should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T-form methodology used in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee in this building, where a couple of men to decide how to put in place the so-called Endlösung, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans, but this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and who was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in presents is the estimate of the numbers of the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points in a row. Or in fact, not even under Nazi control at all. It was the and look down the list a little bit about 8 document that indicates the lengths in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Wannsee were not operating in a vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups of Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and put them in the van, and then simply think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way. 41, by the time the Nazi and Luzon was under full similar camps, they were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, deporting Jews to Kalno, unlike the aim to the local populations, here they go another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph found on the United States Holocaust website showing a young child being separated from his family, and the family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him again. And they would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video. Look at the actual mechanism of death in the death camps. Thank you very much for watching. We now come to the very major of the Holocaust. The definition of the term Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal and people died. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply placed in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their ultimately even their hair and their life. I'm so really the first time that a modern state, modern industrial technology, in order to affect the cost of this structure. Yeah, the rest was shifting. Killing squads, as we saw in the Einsatzgruppe, which brought relations with the establishment of death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner in the spring of 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps. And Mauthausen, which we'll see. The major differences in location either six moved to the left, which indicated immediately before death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other such as slave labor or medical experimentation. Some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process from a Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed, be shorn. They would typically be given shifts or uniform, only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched to the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given to their deaths. Their death would typically take place in a room which would later be view of the operation was they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then they're brought for the next crossing. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the cyclone bay capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. And the final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners like Sonderkommando or Special Commando squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to the crematoria, which day and night. Quite often, the bodies simply had to be put out in the yard, as we see here clandestine photograph from the period. As also seen with death. A small percentage were gas chambers and then burned in the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances. Crowding its diet, which is primarily liquid diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that the slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was easier to simply maltreat them and use them up until they this is actually tattoo the numbers on dehumanize them, making them into commodities by giving them satellite camps around the main camp. And progress of human civilization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities. First, their clothing, and their hair, and their see, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being oiled by their own waste. And this literal extra normal self-respect. I'll have more to say about this in the next unit. Distance. Prisoners were also marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but give us a glimpse at how the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring, and the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tended to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war. Hungarian Jewry in particular. You can see from the images of these. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical care. The Nazis were especially interested in twins. On one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. So they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments. We know and injecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand associated with the war effort. One of those had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being sick sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the and there's a two words. And to make really unfounded that portion. The elements of really quite motivating national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power. And I knew there were Soviet groups and so on, and they did always band together to utilize their resources. make a ridiculous was a beacon of people that said Jews were trapped inside a ghetto. To munitions and communication and so on. They're able to rise up and hold on to German army for so long, though their resistance was ultimately doomed. It nevertheless sends a wave. And they did find them, nearly as many as the Greeks simply being slaughtered by sheep. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant actually compares quite favorably. Doris Burgett, who wrote a very important study of the Holocaust, defines the Nazi
Jesse.
that such a thing as that could exist. Certainly help us understand a lot more things can be applied equally well.
Yeah, we're back, big dog. That's how you know it is. Okay, Jesse on fire. We're here. ESPN announcement. There's been a few in the
Something
history
that
of
I spent a lot of my
this one's
own
big.
personal research on, and in fact maintained his presence there at his court there, held members of his family until November of 1943 survived, and because they maintained secrecy between the groups and in order to avoid the documents were horribly watered illegible.
They
A
still
second cache
are
was
supposed
discovered in
to
the
try
summer
to
of 1950
maximize
by a Polish
buys, and they do
construction
that
worker
with stars.
who cleared
They're
a
being held
level
accountable
found
to
as
the
tin
number of buys they
milk
sell.
which
They
was a
have no
much
way,
more
but they
efficient
can
way
there's no
of
buying,
preserving the
there's no
documents,
paper
and
buys.
two of
They
these
deliver
milk
a
cans
product
were
that
filled
you know,
with
their
pages and
deliverable is
pages
going to be a certain
of
number of
Hebrew
championship
for a
fights.
script,
They'll
including the
deliver that,
writing
doesn't matter who
of
gets whether guys there's membership. Why would you not want it? And we're so fucking cold because all the people who have been stealing it were allowed in the world. It's like, no, you took all the people who were streaming it for free, and now you put them on Paramount. The numbers are going to look absolutely insane. But
give
they don't even what leverage do you have if you are
specifically
one of the
tied
fighters to try to negotiate
tremendous
leverage and all
ingenuity
that's done?
the events that
It's
occurred
great
in
for
the
the
weekly
families. I think it's
Parsha,
actually
the
good for
weekly
the
Torah
sport
reading,
and the health
with
of
the
the sport in
events
the long
of
run.
that
It was
week in
a
the
dying
ghetto.
model.
And
Like, I
sometimes
think
the parallels are
reach
absolutely
capacity in
overwhelming.
America.
Amazingly,
But now
he
that it's
never
available
mentioned
to everyone,
once
it's
the
actually
word
going to grow
Nazi,
that.
the
And
word
I think
German.
to that
He
point
hardly
too,
mentioned
the
the word
pay-per-view
war.
model
So in
is
fact,
kind of old.
if you
I
picked up the
never
book
thought
and didn't
this
know
was
when it was written, you could
when they
easily
were talking
imagine
about
that
like
this was like
the
a really
rumblings of siding with
difficult book dealing with
Netflix,
the
like, you know,
problem of evil, but you would never be able to
I
locate
was
it
told by
specifically in World
someone
War
who
II
like that was
unless
the
you had some kind of
and
scholarly
then
apparatus
Netflix
to
goes,
explain
we want
who
all
the
the
author was
fights,
and when these
but
books
we
were written.
don't want the
So just to
events.
give you a
And
sense
then I
of
heard that too.
how this works,
So
in 1939, as we saw earlier, one of the things the Nazis did when they first came into Warsaw is they toyed with religious Jews, cutting off their beards, setting fire to their forelocks, their tails, things like that. Many of them took photographs of this to send to their girlfriends and so on. And so the Rebbe addressed himself to the self-image of these Jews who had grown these beards all their life, and all of a sudden they were clean shaven, and they felt at loose ends with themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so the Rebbe connected that to two different levels of exile from the Torah that mentioned in the Torah on Parshat Kodesh. And so people would read the Torah, the section of the prophetic writings that are read in synagogue, and they would see themselves in it and find strength thereby. Another example was when the Jews were ordered to build the ghetto walls around themselves. He read a midrash that occurs in that particular reading of the week that speaks about treasures found in the leftover walls of the pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel. That the walls themselves, they look like there's something wrong because they have been afflicted by a plague at Saras. But when we knock down the walls, we find that they actually have hidden blessings. As if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this means, it seems like it's entirely bad, but you know what, it could have some good buried within it. We just have to try and dig deeper to understand it. Another example, and the entire series, every single week, he is providing more and more examples of ways to read the Torah, to see oneself in it, and to understand how ultimately there would be a redemption. Passages was in June of 1940, Mordechai Schlock, when the Torah portion speaks about the Jews first encountering the land of Israel after Egyptian bondage, and the spies come back and report how it's hopeless, it's impossible, the people in Israel are giants, they have fortified cities, you will never conquer this land, and this happened to be read immediately after the news that France had fallen. When Paris the watermark out there expansion in Western Europe in particular, many Jews were despairing, but nevertheless the Piaseczna Rebbe returned to the Parsha and said, read the Parsha carefully. Just like the Jews, some of them were complaining that they can't possibly enter the land of Israel, and yet they did in fact enter it, they did in fact conquer the land, they did in fact settle there. So too will we eventually defeat Hitler. And that's the message that he consistently delivers. Exception was leadership to provide hope.
How you living, pimp?
If there was a breaking point in the
Damn.
Red thought, it certainly came in the darkest.
Damn. What's up with you? How'd you find out about me, big dog? How'd you find out about me?
I was watching the Kickstarter in San Andy when it was chat. There was like an ad for your server.
Oh, was it from Kick?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Zam, I don't know. Is there anything wrong with your microphone?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Did you say I could tell you about myself? The movie Truman Show, Sam? Data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and that means that it's become like gold or like petroleum. And I have more data than ever, which may make an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouse, cloud seeding. I talk about world thirst. By cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations to help the less fortunate and advocate for the LifeStar program. Importantly, desalination technology, where we put water onto land to make it drinkable. That I feel are going to change the world, specifically in the realm of futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, things like invisibility cloaks, quantum computing. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 12, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a blowing task. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their Direwolf project. Joe Rogan's been on the Direwolf. I am someone who talks about the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, with your consent, I want to be able to increase that through life extension technology, such as things like perhaps, if you want, artificial limbs, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, really things that are going to increase your average life expectancy. And that's all with your consent. But you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. You were able to make technology. That's where we scan your brain. Your computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, again, with your consent, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Zam. But essentially what I'm saying, word dog. So that's what I do. And a time capsule or a timeline of human society going back to the pandemic. We the death of the Queen, the birth of AI accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I'm finding that this project is blossoming. I get new people who are joining the server every day.
I gotta get back to work, but I should fix my microphone and that. I'm interested in talking to you again for sure.
The best thing that you can do, and um, most importantly, aside from all the things that I talked to Mystic View on the future, and absolutely.
Good talking to you, man.
Take care, Zam. Peace. Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Just had somebody come in here and say hello. How are you?
Hello.
What's good with you?
What do you think of stuff?
Stars? Yeah, as an Orthodox Jew, we don't generally get into the zodiac. There are some people who do, but the more conservative of us stay away from it. So, what I and perhaps the location of fortune telling or prophesizing based on that, we do our best to stay away from it.
Right. I don't know the personality, the time of year you're in. They start to
How'd you find out about me, Kay Kato?
We've talked on
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you're the yeah. So
I was getting ready for
anything new in your neck of the woods? If I recall, you did we meet in the e-girl world server?
no.
Congratulations, Mazel tov.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working 5 days a week and then going to college the other two. Literally like busy. And then
That's tight.
I don't really have a plan. I just talked about 7-0 before they banned it, right? With no filter, put in like a little syrup, and then just like go online.
You able to find it? Are you going to be able to?
that would be.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like argument. Whatever these 50-50. Whatever. This is combat sport. We gotta know where the money's being spent. You know whether or not, like whether the percentage is even up.
Internal struggles that he provides for us in his writing. That's all I'm saying. What they're doing is ultimately. I don't want.
what's your
LSD. I'm just building robots, man. That's what I do. I've had a lot of growth in the server, which has been great. Oh, you've never met in real life?
like my first one says been like 88 people. So I was really lonely and kind of found myself in about this.
And what did he?
Kind of annoying with you. I've been depressed and I really because I know that's gonna hurt him a lot.
All right. It's not even time.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. It's also I'm like the only one in a relationship. Ever since I turned 18, I've been in relationships. I haven't been single.
But I imagine it's like Tinder, and you put in your profile, looking man who's looking for fun, and you'll get like 10 billion fucking people dudes who want to fuck you, and possibly more. She'd have everybody on the fucking app, and you will basically have the same, just as a dude. I mean, why don't you just download Grindr right now and see if you were on Grindr?
I don't know. It's also a little more complicated because I am a trans, so it's like a little bit.
All right. So what do you mean by that? Do you still have a penis?
Yeah.
All right. Do you like to have dudes stick their dick in your butt, or do you like to stick your dick in their butts?
I just prefer to go on.
Okay, so then, like, that's like 50% of the guys on Grindr are gonna think that you're like the best thing in the world. Well, you never know until you try. Dog. Seriously, I'm gonna stay here, download Grindr. Yo, okay, so dudes are gonna love you. Download Grindr. I'll wait here. And
Scary. And also, like,
dude, it's not scary.
I don't really want to download Grindr while I'm in a relationship. So,
Dog,
you know,
dog, you're not in a relationship.
yeah.
This is like a pen pal who you're never gonna meet until you guys are like 25. So
Not real.
for real, I mean, so you should just tell the guy as soon as possible, even right now. You can just send him a message. Hey, I think it's best that we remain friends. And if you're ever in my neighborhood or we're in a common area, let's date because I really like you or whatever. But for now, I'm going to just see other people. And it just has to be a straightforward message. Communicate that. You send that message right now. And then you download Grindr and you'll be fucking a dude within an hour if you want. And if you don't want that, then you put a serious profile out there that, hey, I'm a transgender person who prefers the bottom. A gay guy doesn't really care about that. They're just looking to be able to stick their dick in something. And if you like to have your butt get fucked, they don't care if you're transgender, if you're a chick, if you're a regular homosexual man. They don't care.
I guess so. But I mean, like, I really like this guy. Like, I mean, we've been like together for like 7 months. We've been talking for like almost a year.
Okay,
So,
then can you go
it's
visit?
like I feel just so bad about that. Like,
Okay,
I
then.
don't know. And we talk to each other like 8 hours a day every day. Like, so.
Okay, so then, why don't you go visit him?
Well, the reason at first was I was scared of committing to a guy that's so far away. So before I like got in a relationship, I'm like, hey, you have to get a job before like I even say we're gonna like date or anything. And then he like got a job, and then I'm like, before I see you in person, you have to like be in college. But he missed the deadlines for it, so he didn't like go to college yet. So like that's kind of why I haven't gone out to see him in person. Also, we'd have to rent an Airbnb because we can't like stay at his parents or anything.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's no big deal. Why don't you go? Okay, so you really like this guy. Why don't you go visit him? He doesn't have to be in college for you to go see him. Don't put something so like expensive on
I want to.
you. Do that.
I don't want to like have to be like dragged around for all this military. It wouldn't be like because it's the career path I want this like to in my life. And being long distance for like most of our lives, I don't want that either. Like I want more like a serious relationship, like quicker than that, I guess. Because I feel like with military relationships, it's either like they're gone most of the time, or you're just like shallow between the relationship.
Okay, so why don't you? You have a decision to make. It's either or you don't. But you need to make a decision. You need to be honest with yourself. You're a good looking transgender each other. And there's a physical aspect not going to be able to have or isn't realistic. So you either lay out the plan to me of
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
that's for what I'm here, baby.
I needed not just take a second conversation about that. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. So you know what to do. You know what to do in your heart. I think you're a really good person, Kate Kato, because an asshole would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to cheat on this guy. He lives far away. But no, you care about him. So, like, I think you've got a really good heart. I had conversations with you before where you know, how do you know that this is going to work out for you? I love that aspect of it. And, this guy, he wants to go to the military. He's talking about it or whatever. He didn't have a job, but you want more than that. You want a physical relationship. And if that's what you want, is that not what you want, Kate Kato?
It is what I want, but I guess I'm also like really afraid of being alone. Like that's another thing. Like I've like kind of neglected a lot of my friends, and like he is like my world for the most part now. So like if I'm like not with him, like I've just lost like basically what I do every day, and it's like that's been such a big part of my life recently that it would be I think it made me very sad for a while, and I just am like trying to avoid that pain. I guess.
Dog, you know that the second you've got some dude fucking you, you'll forget about this guy.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I guess I'm a sentimental person. Like I still cry about like all of my exes. Like I still think about all of them. Like even like the big crazy one that like made like a body pillow after we broke up and like kind of went schizo and like
Okay, that's
tried suicide and I was back together. Like I still think about that. Like, I think about all of them.
yeah. I mean,
Like
everybody
well,
thinks
I don't really like them.
everybody thinks about people with whom they've been. I get that, but let's be honest. You are not going to be in a physical relationship in the next year if you stay with this guy, right? Okay, so you need to be honest and you can say, look, dude, I'll masturbate to you in the future. I love the conversations we've had. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here for you, big dog. But at this point, I need someone who's closer to me. And I need someone who's closer to where I live. And you just have no plans to move to near me. And I just got a really great promotion, which congratulations again on that. That's really great. And I need to move on. Now, if, and I also don't want you to do something drastic just for me, isn't going to Kate Kato be able to make his own decisions. Um, it's not going to be hard for you to find a dude. You're like every gay guy's dream, and thus,
I just think that most gay guys don't like trannies. They're kind of. I mean, I guess bi guys too, but most gay guys don't like them.
Doug,
Most bi guys that do just want us for quick fuck and like get on the.
Doug, that's a lot of gay guys. That's fine. I mean, that's what's going to happen. But you could find. I'm telling you, if I were you, I would put up. I mean, okay. If I were you, my plan. Do you really want to be a woman in the future?
Yeah, I've been on hormones for like almost 5 years.
About this. So you eventually one day want to like have your penis removed and have breast implants and stuff?
Won't bother me enough to be worth all the money, pain, and uh, I thought I'd be like that when I was little, but then I just got so like it gave me more like pain and discomfort than like thinking about like masculinizing like an old
Their dick in, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever. That's what they want. Who want to do this, and all you have to do is find one of them and just be like, yeah, I want something more than just something you can stick your dick in, and you'll find a guy who really likes you. And you can explain to him like, hey, I've been on for 5 years. You're 20 years old. Most people don't get their first promotion until they're older than that. Companies just don't want to take a risk. And this one obviously does. That means you need to go find somebody else. And you get on Grindr and explain your situation. I would say, hey, I'm a successful 20-year-old transgender person. I've been on hormones for 5 years. Your age, whatever. If you want somebody older, put that.
I'll definitely need more time to think about this.
And congratulations again on your success. And I know who you want to be, okay?
So how you living, pimp?
Who's that? Was Genghis Khan a bad person?
Doug, why are you asking me that? That's crazy that you asked me that.
No, it's debatable.
Do you know that I've been learning like obsessed with him for the past 96 hours?
Really?
Word, Doug.
Was he a bad person?
I think he was probably one of the kindest global conquerors you could have had. And here's why. When he first started, he didn't have a city. The Mongols were just a nomadic tribe. And they had never even seen a wall. They had these yurts. Basically these temporary movable tents. And because of the amazing ability to travel at great distances, because they would bring 5 horses along with each person and ride one horse every single day and then give the other horses a time to rest. They were able to travel further than anybody else. They were able to also shoot 2 kinds of bows, a long distance bow and a short distance bow. And they were able to do a type of very difficult archery by being able to shoot not only forwards but backwards. They were able to conquer the known world from Mongolia to Hungary, essentially the entire Asian steppe within a generation or so. And I would tell you, Genghis Khan did not have formal education. He was abandoned essentially by his father. He was not the firstborn. He had a lot of challenges to overcome, and he was able to defeat the Han Dynasty. Essentially, he was the last person to ever take over China. He was the last person to really take over Russia. I mean, we'll never see that in our lifetimes, perhaps, maybe, but China and Russia being overtaken by someone. Additionally, he was very kind, I feel, as a leader in comparison to how he could have been. When the Mongolian horde would find a group of people in a city, they would first send couriers and explain that they were the people who were going to, and if you wanted, you could join peacefully without being merged. The people to whom you were giving your tax revenue. If you chose to fight them, they were going to destroy you. They were going to beat you generally on the open plain. Even though they may not have had as many people as you had, what they would do is they had a theory to retreat or make you think they were retreating, and they would leave a bunch of valuables in the middle of the plain. And while your troops would take time to go collect the valuables, the loot essentially, the Mongols would come back and slaughter you. They established some really good policies, like you weren't to kidnap women. Genghis Khan's mother was kidnapped, and so he was very against that. They were of the idea that you should not kill a diplomat because it was so important for the messages to maintain stability, so that Genghis Khan's empire could get a message from Hungary to Mongolia or Mongolia to Hungary within 6 weeks. They made it so that you had freedom of religion, so you could be whatever you wanted to be under them, including
Muslim, Christian, Jew. You could continue worshiping whatever you wanted. The fact is, you just had to give tax to the Mongols. And for these reasons, I think he was one of the greatest leaders that you could have had 700 years ago, 800 years ago.
What's the best movie you've watched?
You know, that's a good question. It's definitely not the one with John Wayne. I don't think they've made a good movie, to my knowledge, that's been popular. I like podcasts about him. So I
There's this one Mongol that has really good reviews.
there's a Mongol who has really good movies.
There's one called Mongol that has really good reviews. It was made in 2007.
All right, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm not saying that I know. I don't know too much about the movies that have been made about him, except I know the John Wayne one is considered like one of the worst movies John Wayne ever made.
It was made in Russia.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm not aware of it. But in general, I think Genghis Khan is a fascinating individual. I've been learning a lot about him. In fact, I was listening to a podcast about him yesterday and today and the day before. Lex Friedman did an interview with a Genghis Khan researcher. And that's how
0.5% of the world might have come from his DNA.
right. That's not proven, but it's approximately 16 million people on Earth that may share some DNA with an individual, but that it hasn't been proven because we don't know what his DNA was, and we also don't know where he was buried when he died, and we don't even know how he died. There are theories that it was through cholera or something at about age 60. His one request was on his death. He did not want a public burial, so there are theories that he was just buried somewhere in the mountains.
Well, yeah, we all have DNA from Adam and Eve, but there's no evidence that Adam and Eve actually existed.
Yeah, I mean, we have common ancestors, certainly, and whatever you want to consider the first humans, but that isn't a clear-cut line. But with Genghis Khan, I mean, I know a whole bunch about him because I've been studying him a lot recently. And his sons, because it was like 3 generations that dominated Asia. The fact that they had a failed invasion of Japan, the fact that they were able to conquer Beijing all the way down to Hanoi, like to Vietnam. They were able to conquer the entire Asian steppe. They were able to conquer Persia, like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're the last group of people who successfully were able to conquer Afghanistan. Like the British failed at it, the Russians failed at it, the Americans failed at it. They even had an effect on the pollution of the earth. 10% allegedly they killed 10% of all living humans on Earth. I want to re-emphasize that they didn't just come in and kill you. They would send a courier in, sometimes as many as 2 years in advance, and tell you, look, we're going to fuck you up if you don't give us your tax dollars and let us rule. So you have a choice. Your choice is this. Give us your tax dollars and you'll be able to continue having your religion and your women won't be kidnapped and you will have the opportunity to have couriers, or you fight us and we're going to fuck you up. And we've already fucked up everybody in Asia. So if you want to roll, we'll roll. This is from people who had never even seen a wall. They'd never even seen a fucking wall. like Mongolia didn't have walls, and then they get to see basically giant walls of China, and nevertheless they were able to take it over. And then they recruited Chinese siege engineers, and then they were able to take down larger cities. It's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about Genghis Khan, but I know more right now on Genghis Khan than in a thousand knowledge. I have like 1 in 1,000 people knowledge right now, just because I've been studying him so recently. And I can tell you he had 4 wives. I can tell you that he had his sons. The son who took over after him was like kind of a drunk. They call him the happy drunk. The one who was really impressive is Kublai Kai, who was his grandson. Kublai Kai met Marco Polo. Before the Mongols, there was not a direct connection between the East and West. Because of the Mongols, basically China and Europe have had continuous discussions every year since then. But before the Mongols, that did not happen. Just absolutely fascinating. They were able to conquer both Russia and China. And the way they were able to do it was because of the amount of horses they would use and their ability to ride horses. In fact, the horse and the Mongolian are tied, like connected. And the horses could know who their owners were just based on smell. And when they would have horse races, the Mongolian people were so good that if you were older than age 6, you were already too old to be a jockey. Basically, like these children would learn before the age of 6 how to ride horses, not just ride horses, but ride horses so well that they could ride them in races. Just absolutely fascinating. And they were eventually able to utilize some elements of gunpowder and the crossbow, which made them even more, um, which made them dangerous. And that's, I mean, they they created the largest contiguous land empire in global history, and it happened like 800 years ago.
Well, I just read a fact: 7% of the humans who ever lived are alive today. Wow, we're in the 7%.
There you go, pimp.
There's 93% people that are dead.
Are you ready to lose?
Yep.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm sending Riser a message. For a moment. Bear with me.
Alright.
What are you doing? I know you.
Okay.
I know the answer is no, but I don't know. Maybe you surprised me. Rubber band.
Uh,
Okay. Okay. So within 24 hours, you're gonna have a rubber band.
I'll try and remember.
Have
Okay. You ready?
Within 24 hours, you better have a rubber.
Not good. You did 5 points damage to me already. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Fuck. Why did you do that? Why'd you listen to me? I think you've had experience with this before. You know, if it was in like an open relationship and you should make a move.
You asked, how do I know if a girl's in an open relationship and I should make my their friend and kind of work, have a chick aware that you have interest in her, and if she has interest in you and she's in it. Why do you ask? Zoo, what did you say?
I'm not sure if the relationship's open.
Part of just asking the chick, hey, are you in an open relationship? I'm here. Just one moment. I'll be right back.
Fuck out. Rabbi. If Rabbi wins after missing a turn, you got 7 seconds. Fuck. Yeah, that was the greatest move you could have made.
No, it isn't. sucks. Doug, you know I'm still going to beat you.
I feel like what you're
That's a good question. You try a lot of things, and if you're good at them, you'll recognize it as
right. Oh, that might not have been a move. I think this is the move. I disagree. was a good
Thank you. To pick your guy, you're gonna jerk yourself off.
oh this couldn't have been a better.
Dude, flick your wrist.
You think it's fun, Livia? Hard move. I can extra move. Rabbi, do you say how I got fucked?
What's the best part, Zoot?
How hard you're working for the ranch guy? and I can just do this, and it fucks your whole thing.
That's true.
I think that might have been the best thing. You can go free up.
I don't know. Science even knows that. It's a hard thing to prove. Like, how high were you dropped as a child?
Let her 14, 15-year-old know the whole man. Baby. I don't know how old I was though. I think my coordination issues come from being dropper.
I don't.
You think those are genetic as well?
No, you have major coordination issues. You went to normal reality, like you're just driving yourself into this mental prison. If you had coordination issues, you would be all fucked up in that. And I think you have to be honest with yourself. You just don't have that much wrong with you. You want to have stuff wrong with you. But the fact is, you don't have that much wrong with you. The one thing you have is Tourette's. And we're going to work on that. Aside from that, deep down, you don't either. You're the one who even did all that Medical Association or American Psychiatric Association and how they convince people.
Well, I was thinking about this today, right? Right. Autism is issues with certain social situations. The worst thing you can do to someone who has issues with social interactions and social problems is diagnose them with a disability or a mental illness that tells them they have deficits in social interactions, and because what that does, it gives them an excuse to say, I have this disability, I don't want to socially interact with you. But in reality, they can just, if they want to, they can improve on their disability.
Okay.
Or, do you agree with that or not?
Not especially. Dude, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at all these blue ones. That should be like 2 extra moves. Look at this. 5 straight.
Well, okay. The worst thing you can do is you can say to someone, it's hard for you to socially interact, because then they're going to think about it, and then they're going to and if you diagnose them with something like that, then they're not going to socially interact, because they're going to use that as an excuse for situations where they don't want to socially interact.
There you go.
Now, I take myself out of situations where in social, like sometimes I take myself out of family situations, social situations, if there's children around, because I don't want to be around children as an adult man. Now, if I had my own children, or the children were related to me, it would be a different scenario.
You just won.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, I can see it now. Gordon,
Yes, sir.
that's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row. I think it's the fire guard fucking me.
If I focus, I'll be able to destroy you. You need to choose somebody.
Ready? Yep.
Go. Go.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, no, this is good. This is good. This is good. Evolving kills. Who's in a better situation here?
I am.
Okay, good night. Oh, evolving. Wait, evolving. I'm not gonna evolve yet.
Do whatever makes you happy, Pam.
Yeah, if I evolve, I'm at max health anyway. retro thing?
I know. I fucked up.
You did fuck up. Oh, you really fucked up.
You're up, pimp. That was not smart. Oh, yeah, it was. I see a really good move for you. Terrible move. Terrible move. Terrible move. Dog.
Oh, no.
Look at this. 2 4s in a row.
I just slapped myself.
Good.
But I've been taking in public as well, which usually never happens.
You've been what in public?
Having kicks in public.
Kicked in public?
Kicks.
Oh, you have kicks in public. I know. You said it gets worse when you're in with more people.
No, it's the opposite.
I thought you said if you're in a large crowd, it gets worse.
No, opposite.
So if you're in a large crowd, it's better?
Yeah, if I'm alone, it gets worse.
Oh, okay.
What's your favorite? Can you come up there with Blue Tourette's?
I don't know anyone who's famous who has Tourette's.
A lot of singers, Billie Eilish, and Lewis Capaldi, whatever his name is.
Capaldi?
Got me that sings
Okay.
Someone to Love. And Lewis something.
Louis Capaldi?
Yeah, he has Tourette's.
Okay. Name someone over age 30 who has Tourette's. Who's famous? I don't think so.
I think the elevator. Elon Musk.
I don't think so. Maybe he's probably closer than most people. Dude, this is a big one.
Holy shit.
That's a big one, big dog.
Yeah, you haven't won in like a long time.
Dude, 2 games. Get over yourself. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Fuck, dude.
Okay, Robert.
You just fucked me.
Huh? You are going to sprint. Bill, oh, fucking hell. Oh, it's only 10 kill points? Oh, you're not evolved. You are not evolved. Fucking hell. Bradley, you know you're not evolved.
Dude, you fucked me again.
Guilt. I might have given you like a very good opportunity though. Actually,
Just took it away.
that was okay.
You just took away my opportunity.
By the way, scaling or evolving will heal you 10. Evolving will heal you 10, but I don't think it's going to help you. Go. That was a dumb move. Best move you should make right now. That was the okay move. What's my best move? That's my best move. Holy shit. Did you say how incredible that move was?
Dude, you're just getting handed wins. That was not smart.
Oh, you mean like this? Fuck. The luck that had to triple up. And you still fuck it up. That was not good for you. You got luck on You ready, Rebel?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
That was really good. Are you gonna go?
Oh, here we go. You know what your best? Oh fuck! That was the best movie you made.
Thanks, baby.
Hopefully, I was a 10. You fucked up. Do you not say how you fucked up? Oh, I got lucky. I got really lucky here. I have a feeling this band's gonna go on for a really long time. Have a good night. Not a good night. I'm supposed to go. Oh, you fucked me. I'm a rebel. Holy shit. Oh. Why are you so
Zoot, flick yourself.
I was talking about the dog.
No, you're not. Whenever you, or I even sent you a tick, I'm going to tell you to flick yourself. Oh, wow. What are you going to do, Zoot?
You think attractive women have more advantages than attractive men?
Yep. I just won.
Why do you think that is?
women are more. I mean, women can reproduce.
Wait a minute. Everyone can reproduce.
A woman can just all she needs is sperm. She can go to a sperm bank. A man has more difficulty. He'd have to get a surrogate. Are you gonna go?
Can I donate some?
What'd you say, Zoot?
Should I donate some?
No.
Why not?
There are arguments to be made that in the future you may be liable for inheritances and such, perhaps even child support. And I mean, do you want somebody coming to you like 60 years from now, or like 40 years from now, and like being like, "Hey, I'm your child" or whatever?
Yes.
You would want that? Well, then just be a dad. I personally would want to have at least a connection with whatever child I had. I looked into it and I signed up with the company, but I just had some issues with it, and I was approved, but I never did it. Zoot, are you gonna go? At least in the United States, you have to be a college graduate to do it.
No. I'm just processing something.
In the United States, I think you have to be at least 6 feet tall and a college graduate at a lot of places. Not all of them, but a lot of places. I think maybe 5'10" might be a cutoff too. Are you gonna go though? You're wasting everybody's time. Dog, you're wasting everybody's time. Dude, this isn't hey, I'm gonna research shit. This is, are we gonna play or not? Dude, are you done?
Yeah.
What do you have to do?
Talk to people.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't. It's like. I think there was a question.
You have to be a college graduate?
Like, no. Like, over some places, you walk into a clinic and they don't even do health care checks. They just go, here we go.
Not the one that I was with. That you had to be a college graduate. You had to be at least 5'10". You had to pass their health checks.
Did you donate sperm?
I did not. I just said I was on their list to do it, and I thought better of it. And I've gotten emails from them for like years old. I was working in this financial institution, and she would like ask me, what I was doing with chicks and stuff. Like all these girls wanted me at this fucking place. I mean, how far I've been with chicks, and I was like, "Oh, I get blown by," but I at the time hadn't had sex yet. She said, like, well, always make sure, like, if you are going to have sex with, if you're gonna have sex, make sure to wrap it up. And I was like, yeah, I know that, but I'm not like they do, but like that's I don't like force them. I'll have. And she's like, yeah, but here's what'll happen. She's like, I had a girlfriend of mine do this. Is she liked the guy who didn't want to have sex with her, and so she blew him and mouth. She incubated it in her mouth and tried to impregnate herself with a turkey bait. Yo, dog, if a man and woman were having relations and the woman's mouth, could she incubate it for a short period of time and then freeze it in a residential freezer and then unfreeze it and impregnate herself with a turkey baster? Anyway, it was fucking crazy. I'll never forget it. Is that what happened? That is, remember, yo, what the fuck? Dude, ChatGPT sucks so much dick. No, that wouldn't result in human conception of Christ. Sperm to reach egg in the woman's reproduction. No, that didn't finish it. No, that's not the question. Freezer, like in a refrigerator, and then later on have it thaw and use a turkey baster to impregnate herself. I'll never forget, this woman told me this story, and I was like, your friend is fucked up. The scenario is technically creative, but in practice, it wouldn't work for people reasons. Sperm is fragile outside the room, but sperm only minutes, maybe an hour. Okay. Saliva contains enzymes and bacteria that damage sperm almost. By the time it was stored, most would be dead or not mobile. Freezing sperm and so if anybody's listening, this has sexism, so it's like whatever, allegedly. And she's like, well, they will incubate her semen in their mouth, put it in a container to freeze it. Anyway, a household freezer. Okay, self-insemination with thawed sperm is unreliable. Dude, I think this could work. I'm sure somebody's gonna try it. Oh wait, hold on. No. Years ago, I heard this story. So yeah, it was just incubated in, and then okay, how about that one? Wait, hold on. Is this possible? Even under the best, it told me that's how they were made. Name a situation where this. Okay. How about this one? Can a woman impregnate herself? Biology, yes. It's fresh sperm that transfer happens within the one I knew, her friend. Sperm. Yeah. That's what she was trying to protect me from. And I appreciate that. So where did you get this fucking idea of the freeze it? With a turkey baster? Dog, I think when she told me this story, my mind went to a scenario. But okay, so what's her story? Because she ever sees this. All right, so I was outside this bank vault, and this woman would always lean over and ask me like about, I don't know, maybe she just got off on me talking about getting blown. Anyway, there's always she gave me a ton of money. So I was like, oh, I don't know about looking. They shove it up inside themselves to try to get themselves pregnant. And I was like, what kind of fucked up friends do you have? And mixing things up, but like, how's she gonna get it up there? Why not? Dick. What do you think's wrong with you? What I tell him, everything overanalyzes things. He does have Tourette's syndrome. Well, I saw people online who had it really, really, really badly. But and it seems really, really difficult to live. As I've previously said, it'd be like all your secrets are just that's the first thing that you want to talk about. Anyway, are you gonna sleep? I'm fucking wide awake. Slinging dinner style, baby. They raised over $10 million. I don't know. Really? No. Like, oh, can't end the stream until like this. I don't believe any of the fucking figures that are on these websites. Really? No. None. And I can't believe it's allowed. It seems like it's I don't know, like a major legal issue, like
we're just gonna have these websites fucking. Oh yeah, we got 63 viewers, and then I'm just like, anything. Companies aren't investigated. Sexy douche canal. Anyway, is that the end of your story?